Hello, a ninja go, a ninja go. All right, let me. Good evening, everybody. This is the final showdown on Key First Nation for the open forums. And we're super excited to get this thing rolling. We're waiting for more members to show up. Initially, that's why I said the time to start at 5 because I knew we'd be running on some Indian time. But yes, we are at quarter to 6 and we're waiting for more membership to arrive, and counselors and chiefs, and have the whole bunch here. So, yes, I have a second cam. I'm going to be walking around talking with people and engaging. Cam 1, are you ready? All right. Here's Cam 1. Cam 1 is online.
All right, we're with some of our first
go.
band members here. Shaylin, they tell us about. All right, never mind. We're going to take it to Allison here. How are you feeling today?
Pregnant.
Hello. How are you feeling today?
There's our beautiful members of the Key First Nation.
When the champagne is over, when the campaign is over, when all the bubbly comes out. Oh, I think I'll have a sprinkling. That's what my little grandson, he always says that.
How was it, Jay?
Sprinkled donut, he always says that. What? Can you lie?
Bonesy, we're live right now. How do you feel?
Good.
You feel good? We're live, Mikey.
Hi, happy New Year, everybody. Welcome to Key Reserve. Where'd you get your donut from?
Back corner.
Yeah. Look, he's just watching an 80 barn. Don't tease him. Look, he's looking at you.
I'm not.
Well, don't look at him. Look, he wants some.
Well, that was what I.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be the customer.
Richard, we're live right now.
Good day,
How's
good
everything
day.
doing today, Richard?
Everything is just great.
How are you feeling?
Feeling run down like a gray-haired old man.
You excited for the last forum?
Yeah, I'll be glad when it's all over.
That's good.
Hey, Jay-Cee, can you see me? I'm still short.
All right.
Oh, wow.
So there's still more members. We're waiting for more members to get here. We got my.
Wait, turn it back.
I said, is that KEY News?
Oh, me.
There we go. Sorry about that. He hit a button right there.
All right, what do you think of this one, Jay, right here?
Yeah, that'll work. And if you need, you can turn that volume down so it's not so loud, like on your phone.
Oh,
You know how you can hear it? Yeah.
but you can hear like fine, right? Like when somebody talks, you can hear.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You hear it good here.
Wait, Jay-Cee, tell me you can get.
Yeah. So good things happening here on the Key First Nation. Already some great change with this open forum and live access to these meetings. Great for transparency and communication. I hope,
Did you see
hope
my?
to God Jay-Cee gets
Did you
in for
see my
Chief.
eye?
Oh, let's go. I'll let you guys read this comic. This is beautiful.
Did you see my eye?
Let's go. Hope to God Jay-Cee Press gets new chief. I really hope we had an election process that was secure and tamper-free. Hope the members can come together after this and do a referendum to force a new election act for the key First Nation electors. Let's go. You want me to switch over? Okay. All right, we got ours truly, Chandel operating Cam 1. One of our
Hello,
youth.
everybody. So this is going to be the second angle. We're going to have two cameras right here. So the audio and the video is better, and it will be. I know there was a lot of complaints the last one that the camera and the audio were not the best. So we're doing our best right now to make it a little better. But that's pretty much it for me. Back to Jay.
All right, that's right. So that's one of our members. He is graduating this year from the Yorkton Regional High School, and his ceremonies are June 30th. I plan and intend to be there to support him. He's been out grinding the hardwood floor, playing basketball throughout his youth. Taking after yours truly, the legend. But no, super exciting times. This is Cam 1. If we can get another camera up, we will. I know we have a council member that wants to do he won't be here presently, but he'll do his presentation online. So that's how it will work. Yes. Feel free to start sharing this live stream so everybody can start joining in.
Chief. Hello. All right, Leona. How's it going? How are you? How are you feeling today? You excited for this? No? How is that to have that there? Is it cool to have that, or is it kind of a new? Is it?
No, it's good, bro. This is good. Free roam camera. Switches everything up a little bit.
Yeah. What are people saying?
Just a couple comments.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
So of course everybody's running on some serious Indian time. I don't know if you can see in the back on this camera that we have a lot more potatoes. If you need some potatoes, come here to the Key First Nation. We'll give you some potatoes.
He's on this camera right now.
Yeah, I know you're showing me.
I'm gonna be walking around, getting everybody. I'm gonna try getting a couple solid images in there.
I'm gonna sit here now.
Well, I'm probably gonna get up and move. I'm gonna be out there. Like whenever, you know, when he took a break last time, every time he takes a break, I'm like, going. Shay. Dason, do you want to do an interview? You should, eh? Dason, do you want to do an interview with me? Want to do an interview?
Yeah, I'll hold the camera.
All right. This is how are you feeling today, Dason? Oh.
I want to hold it.
How are you feeling today?
Can I hold it?
I'm not sure about that, but how are you feeling today?
Good.
This one? This is the comments. I say here, good, awesome. I like it, it's muted. I was like, she's like, stop recording me now. I was like, dude, John Blair. I tried to do an interview with Miss Bones, but she got angry at me. She told me to screw off. So.
Record me. Record me.
I'll do that too. I'll get an interview.
Is that too loud? Say how it is.
Hello, you want to do an interview? Want to do an interview? Yeah,
Yeah, we'll start with part two.
All right, here we're here with
Glenn
Okay, I'll say a little prayer for
Okay, we're doing a prayer first.
Yeah.
the candidates for all on the reserve and for everyone that's working in the election for good thoughts, good feelings in our language. Akwegogagi sumukhe anongam lepakwan sangling mo. Apchagewinge nakutaminge sugumire kinawani suguka katma. Apchagewonge kinanakutam. Sugumiwegiga gima kamiwegiga nes oneniwake wakanis kinawani kinanakutam. Sugumiwege tut moatige nongam. Apchagewego apchasadawnis singe. So kung yung mananachat when the pasyente mo when sa window when chicken do when up chicken kinaw yani sigo gagi minanama we gami pa kono skin getting so kung may netin may maganaganic in chance no siyas netin may maganaganic kanis kinaw yani singin nung ami which so is there an order that you wanted to go to see or we're just gonna call up everyone? Okay, so anyone want to go first or I'm gonna just pick on everyone? Okay, good. I get to pick on them. Okay, Miss Ivy Jean Wapi is on. She's a counselor. She's running for this election, Key First Nation 2022. Give her a round of applause. We're all moving like turtles. We're all tired. We're just about done, you guys. We're almost at the final stretch.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see everyone coming out this evening to the live show. Well, I was running for council for the community. I've been here before, and I've been always involved in the community forever since I lived here. And there are things that we're very concerned, like people are talking about doing an election act and, like, an national national act and these kind of things that govern us in the community. And some of the things that we try so those are some of the things that I would like to see in the community, things like that governments. And there's a lot of other things too as well, but I'm tired right now, but and not only that, like you listen to the youth, they have great concern, the younger people, and you listen to them and they always say, you have to be an example of, I think it's to bring some to be a role model for our youth and our children, not only the youth, but the little ones that are coming up, no matter where we go, are the children that we see, and those are some of the things that us older people can help, or no one say older. To leave for the young people and some of those things, because that's what we have. When we leave this world, we can leave them something, good. When we talk about our ancestors, we always say what they left. They always prayed for us, and they were good examples. They always told us to love one another, care for one another, things like that. They told us growing up. That's what I always heard from my grandmother. And we're all related, and we should all just to be that prime example like that for them. And those were some of the things that were on my heart and my mind when you listen to the younger people. That's what they would like to see, and it's their turn to come and pave a way for the younger generations to come. Anyway.
Oh, sorry, was it the 5-minute thing? Well, you can probably just take your time if you want to be passionate, if you want to sing or do a jig money, because we don't have to pay for the hall. We're here all night, so. Oh. Yeah. So just feel free. Okay, so we just got a request for my auntie Karen. She turned 61 today. So we're just gonna do a little happy birthday for her. I have to say something about my auntie. This lady, she done remarkable things for our community for over 20 years. She worked hard for the people, for the kids, and those were in the days when I remember Gloria Pepakwash, Marlene Gervais, Auntie Karen. In those days when we were growing up, our community was a I could say we were more connected then. We worked together. We were always doing things together. I don't know when it changed, where we started to fight one another and try bad talk one another or try to bring down one family and things like that. Okay. Turn the microphone down. I'm muffling. Overnight, that's muffling. Okay, so we'll go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Karen. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, okay, so our next one, we're going to get Richard Horde, Mapi's son. You're up next. He's running for council as well for this 2022 election. Give him a round of applause, guys.
I don't want anything with the noise. Good evening. Everyone hear me fine?
Yep.
My name is Richard Horde. I'm going to sing you a song. My mama told me, son, don't ever run for council. I remember a long time ago, I was talking to my grandma. She's been gone for almost 20 years. She told me how the people were back in the 30s. And I've talked to a lot of older people, how things were back in the day, a long time ago. And there was always unity, families getting together. And this pandemic that we just went through, it brought a lot of people close, but also it separated a lot of people from many things. A lot of functions we weren't able to go to. And we got to see a different outlook of how isolated we can become when we don't get out there and visit people. And just the other day, I went to visit Pearl Papaquash in Norquay. And at first she didn't recognize me. And then a few minutes later, she just popped her head up off the bed and she remembered me. And it just reminded me of the important things in life that we need to remember, of being a nation of people. And you can go through the history books and see the struggles that all Indigenous people have endured over the centuries. And in these days now, especially this morning was a good example of how we can put forth money into an investment, and the return is, over the years, is the payback of putting something into a trust. And that's, I think, as people, we need to do that, is invest our time in people and get a really good understanding of the difficulties we go through. I've had my share of difficulties. I never grew up in a very loving family, but over time I learned to adjust to that. And I just found as I started having children of my own, that bond, it goes so deep, and that so many young people look up to us as adults. And a lot of times we're not that example that we should be, but there's a point that we can turn that around and become an example to our younger generation, the ones that are going to be leaders today, in the future. And I think that's what I want to do, is be an example for the young people, so that they help role models and mentors that they can turn to. And almost everyone that I've talked to in this room is we've all had struggles, but we've also had joyous times where our young people have looked up to us and say, you know what, I'm part of the right family. And I came here on a vision, and I've been really hanging on to that. And I've been discouraged like everybody else. I get to travel to Alberta to work up in north of Fort McMurray, and that has taken so much of my life away. And that's the part I want to give back, is the life that I experienced, the things that I missed, that I wish that work wasn't so important, that we didn't have to go and work away from home, that there was employment here close to home. And that's a passion I've always felt for people. And it always takes me time to get to know people. And I never put myself, like, rush into something. It just takes time. And I've developed some really strong relationships here that I know will last. This little guy here, Jason, he's such a character. And all of us have character inside of us that we need to exhibit to, especially to our young people. Because the distrust out in society, it runs so deep. It's hard to trust the church. It's hard to trust government. And we need to have that back where we can trust our neighbor. That if I go knock on someone's door, if my child knocks on someone's door, they're going to be safe. And that is so important to me, that we feel safe in our own community, that we watch out for one another, that if we're going through a hard time, we know that there's someone amongst our people that we can call upon. And I get a lot of phone calls, especially from younger people, that they need advice, and sometimes they just need someone to listen to them. And I'm not a judgmental person, and there's a lot of things I know that are not right. I'm not here to judge that. I've made my fair share of mistakes. I'm not proud of them, but I don't regret them because I've learned from those mistakes. And my children, I have 4 boys and a daughter, my daughter being the youngest. And as an Indigenous female, I am so proud of her. The barriers that she has crossed as a young single mother of 2 boys, one with autism. And it just, I see the strength that she carries. But that didn't really come from me. That came from when she says, I am from the Key First Nation. That's where that comes from. That bloodline runs so deep that we need that. And I can give my daughter credit for saying that. The band put her through 2 years of millwright schooling. And she did that, and now they're asking her to train as a supervisor in one of the largest mills in the world. And that is an achievement. And that is what our young people need to see, that young people have goals and they can get there. But we always need to encourage them to take that next step, because sometimes when you take that next step, I don't want to take another step. But we need to encourage them to take that next step, that they have someone to come back to. And that should be important to every one of us. I spent 5 years as a pastor. I did 5 funerals, 5 weddings. And the last funeral I did, I buried my best friend. And when we build relationships like that, each relationship that has meaning is never the same as the next relationship we built. We need to take that and share that with our young people, how to build relationships. I'm running for council because I felt it was a responsibility. If I get elected, I'm not going to make any promises, but I will give you the best I got. That's determination. That's something I learned learned from my grandmothers. I will give you my honesty. But more important, I'll give you my time. Every time I meet someone new that's from the Key First Nation, is just another experience I can put in my book. And I do keep a journal, and I've over the years, I've had to burn some journals because the stories that have followed me, I just don't want to share them. So some of them are very tragic. And probably one of the most tragic stories that I have shared with a lot of people is the loss of my brother. For 2 weeks out of the year, we were the same age. And when I saw him in his casket from a drug overdose, it broke my heart. And I never knew the meaning of a broken heart before until I physically felt it inside of me. And it's very painful. And I know a lot of us have had broken hearts. We've had to face these tragedies. We don't have to face them alone. Like 5 minutes left?
Good.
Oh, just keep going.
Yeah, there's no time limit.
You know, just before I came into the hall, Dustin handed me the key to his side-by-side. And I took a ride up onto the bison pasture there. And I just come around the bushes there, and I was overlooking all this here. And it is such an awesome feeling to sit up there knowing that this is your homeland. This is where you're from. And I've spent so much time on the land here. I know where to find all the berries. So if someone wants to go berry picking, I know where to find them. And just to drive in the backcountry to see the animals and the birds it's incredible. It's one of the most incredible places I have ever been. And to know that my grandmother and my great-grandmother, my great-grandfathers were here long before I was. And that's part of my history. And that's part of everyone's history here. We need to keep that going. I've worked up in northern Alberta for the last 9 years. And like I was saying earlier, it's taken so much from me that I can never gain back. And education to me is so important. I was abused in school. I was beaten by my teacher in grade 6 and grade 7. Eventually I was sent away to a boys' home where I was sexually abused by female counselors. And this is the first time I've ever shared that. And it damages us. But I spent a lot of time on my healing journey trying to get where I needed to get. I never took the right path at first. I spent 6 years in an outlaw motorcycle club as a gangster. I know the underworld very well, and I still know people that have come out of it and their lives have changed. And to still be in contact with these guys, knowing that their lives have changed for the better, is reassuring that there's hope for everybody. And that's one thing I believe in, is hope. That hope is within our grasp. And that's one thing. We can delegate work, we can delegate duties, we can delegate who eats a garden, but we can never delegate hope. It must come from inside of us. And I have so much hope for us as a nation that I see so much goodness here and so much hope in the people. I just talked to an individual the other day, and he said, I don't think there's any hope. There's hope. There's a lot of hope. And if you could come and talk to someone who's been to the bottom of the barrel and has climbed out of it and see the beautiful land out here, those are the kind of stories we need to hear. The success stories of how our people have struggled and yet still come out on top. We're resilient. When I was going to school for my addictions counseling, a lady from down the state, she was an Indigenous woman, and they were doing a conference in Ireland, and there was a group of elders there from Africa, And they went up to her, because they found that there was this woman there. And the elders asked if they could touch her. And when they touched her, they started crying. And she didn't understand why they started crying. Because the African government had just taken everything away from them, which has happened to us, and just gave them a TV with old John Wayne and war movies. So these elders understood that the powers of government can destroy a whole nation. And yet, they asked her, is there more of you? And she said, yes, I have a husband, I have children. Well, is that all there is? No, there's thousands of us. And they started crying because the government lied to them. And we've put up with so many lies from the government. And if we can stand for truth as a nation, we can defeat and take down so many barriers in life. I could go on and on. I love talking. My experience as a pastor, I learned so much about myself, but I also learned about people. And one thing is I always humbled myself before people. And I always thought that's the way to be, is to be a humble person. Because I know that one day I'm going to have to answer to the Creator. And I don't want to fall into his hand. I'm glad that he's given me forgiveness. And that's one story that I can share, that my life changed when I gave my life to God and I switched from that to something different. And I've enjoyed that walk. And almost everyone I encounter, they see that in me. And the people that don't want to see it, well, that doesn't really matter. Because maybe someday they will. I know that I've made an impact on Jay-Cee. And I've only known him for a short time, because they were both busy people with very busy lives. And yet, we need that connection. Now that I know him, and we've met and we've spoken, I need that connection with him, because I know what kind of an individual he is, and I need that connection in my life. I need that for the next part of my journey. And the people that I've met, and the people that I already know, I need these people in my life now. I can no longer push it to the side. And that's where I want to be. And that's where I am right now today, here with you. There's probably a million other places we could be, but here today, this is where we are. We're on our homeland. I'm very proud to say that I am a member of the Key First Nation. Some people laugh when I say that. Where is that? I said, that's in Saskatchewan. Where is that? A lot of people don't know where Northwest Saskatchewan is. I live on 10 acres just east of Keesakuz, and I really want to share that part of my life with everyone that I know. That is a personal thing of me, is that the joy that I know, I want to share. I can't be cheap with that joy, or the stories that I've been through, and the tragedies we'll have. Success, we have that too. I should have brought some water in. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll try and go to like say 15, 10 minutes. Against 4 shebang. I'm just joking. Thank you, Richard. 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 Thank you, Rich Yeah, I was telling somebody too about our reserve. We have a very beautiful reserve. I was coming home from Vancouver. We traveled not only days. And to think this little piece of land, we're in a big city all over the big places, and to come home to home, it's really a beautiful reserve. So our next one we're gonna ask is Esther Pepperwash, Mapizan. So we'll try and keep it to at least 10, 15, just because there are a lot of candidates, we have over 20 of them here now, so. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome, and I welcome you all. And first of all, I'd like to acknowledge Mike for the prayer. Thank you so much. I'm not going to be that long. I'm just going to get right to the point. For me, I said this speech in Vancouver, Edmonton, and Regina, and for me, I'm big on education. Education is for me. That's where my heart is set on the education. I see the struggles for our young children that are trying to go to school and university, and it's hard for them on the little living allowance they live on. It's not much. At the end of the day, we really have nothing else to live on. I know I've helped my son and his partner there with this year. I never talked about it. I never complained about it. They're trying. And that's what I'm going to be all about, is helping our young people that are trying to further their education. And just encourage all the young people to go to school and try to get educated. And if you can't, you're all good mothers. Every one of you are all good mothers. You young people out there, give you all the I don't know what the word I'd be looking for. But water. Our water is very awful out here. Like I said before, I said that in the other cities, I said we have to struggle with the water we live out here with is terrible. We can't even drink it. Sometimes we can't even bath in it. And all of us know that. I don't know why we never ever upgraded the treatment plant. I know I was talking to one of the chiefs running here last year, and he said it was supposed to be updated in March. That never happened. So things like that, we got to get going here. And I was just talking to one young fellow here that's running for band council here, and he just said he got chased from Norca from a white guy and was threatening to get shot. Like, I mean, how come white people can come on our land and we let them go by without even saying nothing to them, and yet we can't go on their land and right away we're going to get shot? Well, if he had turned around and pulled that guy out of the truck and fought him, well, he would have been charged. Charges would have been on him, not the white guy. But yet we let white people come on our land here, and we don't do nothing about it. Like, that's how kind-hearted we are. That we're kind-hearted people. We're loving people. At least some of us are. I know I am. Things like that. But I think really, in reality, like I see Keesaboos and Cody's have security driving around and checking. Maybe that's something Key should look into, is have security here, because it's getting kind of bad out here. Like, well, not bad. I'm not going to say bad, but things like that. Like something in the community here happens. Well, where do we go? The security truck would be there to phone the police or get the right people to come out. Things like that. Like we have to start somewhere, and I think it's time that we start a new beginning. I'm not running on a team. For me, and I just think if you run independent, you can work with anybody, and that's the kind of person I am. I can get along with anyone who's in the hall here, and sit down and talk with us, and sit at the table and do whatever we gotta do. I don't have a bad heart to anybody who out here. I help people. That's what in my heart, I help people. Sometimes I say no, if it's to drive them to go get something in town, or like liquor. I'm talking about liquor or drugs. I won't drive anybody to support them that way. Don't come to me for that, because that's a definite no for me. What else? Almond Tree Ministry Schools. I know they shut that down, and I know a lot of the kids suffered when they went to different schools from that school. that's something I want to get up and running, is that almond tree, because I see the little kids suffering and getting bullied in these other schools they're going to. I'm not going to take it long because I think some of you look like you're all tired, and I know I just woke up. I wasn't going to come, and I told my son, I said, if I fall asleep and I'm sleeping, don't wake me up, because I'm tired and I know how you feel like. So with that, I'm just going to say thank you, and you're all my relatives, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you vote for me or not. I'll still talk to you. You're still my family and my heart. Thank you.
Any questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Mig. Oh yeah, I have questions already. Manu, they say. Okay, so the next one we're gonna call on now is George Smith. He's on. He's ready for the council as well. George.
Hello. Hello, everybody. How you guys doing tonight? Good to see everybody out here. The last time I was in this hall for nominations, and before that was for my baby sister's funeral. So it's nice to see the community all together. Excuse me. And to have an opportunity to speak to everybody. I do want to come onto the res and talk to everyone more individually and more intimately. But I just wanted to address everyone here. I was a little bit late. My son had a track meet today. He made city finals in Saskatoon, and I just heard about this last night. So I cruised here from Saskatoon quickly. So it was a little bit last minute, a little bit unprepared. But I figure that's okay because I know the majority of everyone here, so I'll just speak from my heart. A lot of you have seen me since I was a little kid, and some of the younger people here, I seen them when they were little kids. I left the nation in 2005. I finished high school, living on my own. I went to the University, U of R, for 2 years, and then I started working construction, doing concrete work. So I didn't finish my degree because I got used to the paycheck. I was sick of being a broke student. But I really value education. I think it's important. I think our ancestors had a vision when they signed the treaties, and they told the government of Canada that we'll be educated in your ways, and that's how we find success these days. So I do strongly believe in education. I've been talking to a lot of members, and I know there's a bit of a gap between the leaders and the members when it comes to education. A lot of our off-nation members and possibly our on-nation members are having some difficulty with administrative things, such as having their tuition paid on time, having their living allowance come to them on time. And the way it works really at the band office, I know because my mother was a counselor, her portfolio was education, and because I went through the process of going to university and I did all the paperwork myself to apply for my funding and such, is a staff at the office actually deals with that. The chief and council decide who's going to get approved for the funding, but it's actually the staff that you're going to be dealing with. So I know a lot of people brought those issues up to the current chief and council, and they were unaware of it, which is totally understandable because they have a lot of other things they have to deal with. But now that I'm aware of that, I know if I was elected, I would definitely try to keep the staff accountable for those kinds of things, because that really affects a student's life. It's hard enough to go to university and stay on top of your classes and such without stressing about getting your funding paid or about getting your living allowance on time so you can pay your rent or pay your bills. I know we had one member who's going to university and her tuition wasn't paid, so she got a letter and she can't continue going to university because her tuition's not paid. And that's no individual's fault. There's all sorts of steps that are involved in that process, but it is something that if I was a leader, I would try to keep the staff or whoever's in charge of that accountable, make sure they're doing their job. It's a little bit of micromanaging, but as a leader, sometimes you have to do a little bit extra, and you have to kind of pick up the slack and show other people that it's okay to do a little bit more work to help somebody out. I am running with a team, if you guys didn't know, but I am able to work with anybody. I think my track record shows that. I left the nation, worked with complete strangers, whether it was on sports teams, whether it was Yukon Aboriginal Sports Circle up north of Yukon, whether it was business negotiations for contracts. I used to have a landscaping business, So I've always worked with people of all ages, color, ethnicities, backgrounds. It doesn't really matter to me. And you need to be able to work with anyone, especially if you want to be a leader. That's just the way the world works realistically. I know we have a lot of isolation in our community because we're put here, obviously, by design. You know, the government put us here on this piece of land. We do take a lot of pride in it, as we should. But there's a lot of division in our community, and I'd like to see that go out the window. I love all of you, regardless of our last name or family, anything like that. Everybody knows that, I was adopted, obviously. My dad who raised me, was not my biological father. But I've never felt like an outcast here. I always identify as, key First Nation Indian band member. So I think that with that in my heart, I definitely am able to look at anybody from our nation and view them as family, view them as part of the community. I would like to see all of us succeed. I was raised to be generous and to help others when I can help. I've been pretty fortunate in my life. I've worked hard, and I live a good life, I think, especially compared to where I came from and the stuff that I had to go through was normalized to me as a child. And I would like to see, especially our young kids, accomplish dreams, set goals, and accomplish them. And I think as a leader, I can definitely help them do that. I'm one of the younger candidates running. There is a few other candidates running too that are around my age, so it's great to see the young people trying to get involved, myself included, and help in any way we can. It takes a lot of courage to get up here and speak and to be vulnerable and put yourself out there. It takes a lot of work. Because of the team I'm with, they have a lot of experience and wisdom. So regardless of the outcome of this, I've learned so much on this campaign trail, and I met a lot of members. It was just awesome to meet them, talk to them, shake their hand. A lot of them remember me from when I was a little kid, and I don't remember them. So I'm meeting their children or their grandchildren. And it's just great to see the community. I know we don't come together often enough, and around election time, of course, we all come together. But I would like to see that changed because I was off nation for 15, 20 years. I know what it's like to be away from home and to miss home and miss the community, miss your family. So I would like to establish some sort of committees, physical committees in the different urban locations. And obviously access to internet, the technologies we have nowadays can help us keep our off-nation members connected to home and to what's going on. And not just connected, but to keep them involved in some of the choices, some of the decisions, keep them updated on some of the plans that are going on. Excuse me. It's great to see Jay-Cee doing these live streams like this. He's been doing this all over Western Canada at our forums. A lot of off-nation members really appreciate that, so thank you, Jay-Cee. I do know I was living out here last summer 2021, and the internet out here is, well, for lack of a better word, it's pretty atrocious. I know a lot of the people who've lived here are used to it, but internet is actually, it's a very accessible technology, and it's a very inexpensive technology. In most of the cities you go to, you can go to a local park and get free internet that's way, way faster than the internet we have here. The cell service out here is pretty third world, and that is something I would like to address. I recently spoke to a leader at Whitecap First Nation. They got a new Wi-Fi tower out there. I think they were approved for $1.5 million upgrade. So that is something we can do. A few other nations throughout Saskatchewan have done that, so there is dollars for that. There's funding for that. It's just about talking to the right person, getting a proper proposal written and getting approved. But that's something we do need out here. The young people especially understand. I know some of our elders, it's a new world with the internet and such, so it's a little bit foreign to them. But it's pretty easy to learn, and I know your grandchildren can definitely show you how, with a couple of clicks, how to access and use it. But I think one thing the pandemic showed us is the importance of the internet. A lot of our students had to stay home from school, and so they're missing out on their education, and they have to do online learning. And they have 3 kids under one roof with internet that's just not up to par to do online learning. So they're literally missing out on their education just because of the location that they live in. And that's not only unfair, but that's not right. I believe the UN a few years ago declared the internet a human right. So just like we should have clean drinking water, we should have internet, capable internet to take part in today's modern society. As for the water, I know that's a big issue. I'm not a water plant technician by no means. I don't know if anybody here is. If there anybody is, please speak to me, because that's something very important. Water is life. I think we all know that. That's been something that's been taught to us from our ancestors, from our elders going down. It's extremely important. And we suffer and we die without water. That's just the truth. I know our water plant it's a little old, but to my understanding, water plants should last like a lifetime. 30 years, it shouldn't be not no good no more. So when we build a new one, I think we need to definitely have a qualified person running it, whether we train them or we bring somebody in. And we need to have some members on our nation trained on how to properly use it, properly run it. I think there was some mismanagement going on, some overwork going on the water treatment plant, as in it's supplying too many houses, or it's pumping water uphill so the pump is getting burnt out. But I just know that is something I would like to address, and we need to do that right. We can't just do it hastily, put a Band-Aid on an open wound and think that it's going to be okay. And it's something we need to properly address and properly plan for. It sounds like there's been some plans made for it. For whatever reasons, those have not went through. The plans that we get for our nation should supersede our leaders, regardless of who gets elected, what goes on. Plans that are going to help our people should continue forward. I don't know the exact way to get that done, but I'm sure we can get something in writing, some sort of act, whether we put it in the Election Act or make a policy about it, but certain infrastructure and economic development things that help our people and help our nation, they shouldn't stop just because we have a new leader, a new chief, a new council, because then our people are suffering, and that's what we don't want. As leaders, we shouldn't want to see our people suffer. Even just as members, we shouldn't want to see our people suffer at all. It really breaks my heart that there's no drinking water at certain times here, no water to run in, or the water's brown. I grew up by the river over there, going towards Kenora, and we had a cistern, so our water was brought to us. Deceased Lindsay used to haul us her water. He used to always come over and call me Loverboy. He's a good guy. But he was always there, and he always brought us good, clean water. He's a hard-working man. He did a good job. So I think that we need to bring that back. We just need to bring a qualified person in there doing that, that's going to consistently stand and take pride in it, not just like as a paycheck, but as something that they realize they're literally, delivering life to our people and to our nation with clean drinking water. Another thing I wanted to speak about was transparency. I know we can get sensitive about some of our business being, okay, I got you. Some of our business being, I thought I could talk as long as I wanted.
Well, they said 10 minutes left. Is that?
I told you guys I was going to talk. I'll close it up. But transparency, though, I think for too long it's been accepted that chief and council does this or chief and council does that, and it's bad, breaks rules or things like that. That's not unique to our nation. That happens across all of Canada with different nations. Politics in general, it's a white man system, and there's corruption in it since the beginning of time. But I think we can take small steps towards trying to clean it up as best we can, make it honorable, bring a little bit of honor back to it. So one thing I'm perfectly okay with is transparency. I've been asked a lot of questions. I'm a pretty open person. Those of you who know me know I didn't always make the right choices, didn't always make the smartest choices, but I've took the steps in my life to be more equipped to make better and smarter choices. And I would like to bring that to our leadership and then downward to our people. I'd like to set an example, and if that example is, being transparent in everything I'm doing, everything my team is doing, then I'm perfectly okay with that. And I think our people have the right to know what's going on, good or bad. And the more we're transparent, the less bad there will be. So with that, I just humbly ask you guys for your support. I appreciate you guys listening. And I love all of you guys, regardless of what happens. Thank you for this opportunity. To my team, thank you for teaching me the things that you taught me on this campaign. I'll always carry it with me moving forward. Any questions? I have a question. I'm not the MC, so someone can ask me. I'm running with Chief Clarence Bapaquash. I'm running with my uncle David Cody. As you guys know, both of them have years and years of experience. I'm running with Ricky Crane. I'm running with Gilda DeCucci. And I'm also running with my uncle Glenn Papaquash. I just met Ricky. I've heard tons of good things about him. I know he's a hard-working man. He's lived off the nation. He's a homeowner, and he's a hard worker. He's a very humble man, very smart man, honest man. I've known my uncle Glenn my whole life. Very intelligent man. Those some older than me and up know that he maybe struggled with some issues in his life, but he's a very well-spoken, intelligent man, and I think everybody, including myself, deserves a second chance. And we shouldn't kick people when they're down. We should be open-hearted and forgive them. So with that, then my auntie Gilda is extremely educated. I've known her since I was a little boy. She's a big advocate for education. She's also a very humble woman. I know there's been some questions about her. One thing I can say about Gilda, Auntie Gilda, is since she's been on council, she helped get approved for 10 more seats of post-secondary education funding. I'm pretty sure we used to get 25 seats and it's going to be up to 35. Gilda played a big part in that, and she's going to continue playing a big part in helping us get approved for funding for the master's program so our members with degrees can continue on and get their master's. So that's a team I'm running with.
I got a question next. You said you could work with anyone. You think you could work with Joanne again?
Joanne is not anyone. Joanne is someone specific. And I could work with her again. My job with her would be to make sure that she doesn't come to Key First Nation ever again. Good. Thank you very much. Wait.
George. Okay, so we have our next candidate, Shada Papaquash, Pizan. She's running for council as well. Give her a round of applause.
Preach it, sister.
Hey, everybody. Kind of emotional today. I don't know if it's just overtiredness or, I went to visit my grandmother this afternoon. Just thinking of all the old people like Misham Frank and Misham Campbell, Gray, Dorian, Gloria, what key meant to those old people. They loved their home. They grew up here. My grandmother delivered babies here. And so, and then just leaving Vancouver, Edmonton, and all these places, it was hard to leave some of the band members. Because the one thing I think I'll take away from this is that we're all connected. And everybody is connected to Key. You think they don't know, but they know. It's like Jay said, they're like avatars. They have this thing to their belly button, and it's the key, right? So that for me is, my heart is full. I feel at peace. I asked some questions. There's a way in building people up, and then there's a way in tearing them down. But at the same time, there's a way to ask a question, and we all have questions, and it's okay to ask them. I think that's the main thing for me is I'm not doing this for myself. This isn't about me. I don't have a personal agenda. I'm just a vessel to get things done for the questions that I had, because I know that a lot of other members had them too and voiced their concerns. A lot were angry. A lot were hurt, and that's okay. That's what us as leaders, we have to do. We have to have an ability to empathize with our members and be that voice for them when we're sitting in that office. And I don't know if it's complacency or just, I don't know. But lately it just seems like a lot of our questions, have went unanswered. And I just want everybody to know that it's okay to have a voice. As Anishinaabe people, we're always been told no, no, no. And and that's why we have so many angry people who feel so oppressed that they have nowhere to turn to but to the substance use, or, you know, because we've never been able to have the ability to be who we are, and we shouldn't be doing that to our own members. And like I said, it's not nobody's fault, and I didn't want to come into this anybody thinking I was negative. And it's okay to look at things and say, how can we make it better? It's okay to do that. It's not being negative. It's okay to look at our nation and say, how can we make this better? How can we be stronger? That despite our differences, that no matter what our differences are, the way we believe, the way we pray, the way our home is, that we can still have a common goal towards for our grandchildren and the ones to come. And that's kind of where I'm coming from. I just want to thank everybody for inviting me into their homes. I wish everybody the best of luck. And yeah, vote for me on June 12th. And yeah, miigwech.
Anybody have any questions? No questions?
There's an
Online question.
Online question. What do you feel about amending the Election Act and seeing the corrupt, outdated ballot system taken out to ensure leaders are elected based on the content of their character and platform rather than the ability to buy their seats?
Hey, that's a long question. Well, you guys all know how I feel about that. I've said it over and over again, this is not our way. We have to bring it back on us, and it's our responsibility for our future generations to do that. And collectively as memberships, I know there is one sitting there. I don't know why it's never ever been passed. That's something that needs to be the first business of order, I think, when I am elected. And yeah, that was one thing I'm not promising anything because realistically, we don't know what the situation is going to be when we step into office, but guarantee everyone will be on the same page, and I will promise this, that band custom will be the first thing that will come together as a band membership for the First Nation, and so that our future grandchildren don't have to grow up in a dysfunctional system that was never meant for us. Miigwech. Does that answer it?
Okay, so do you guys want to have like a 5-minute smoke break or continue? 5 minutes smoke break? Or you guys just want to smoke in the hall? No, okay, I'm just okay. Bad, Mikey. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and continue, guys. Be good.
There you have it, folks. We're taking a quick break. So far, so good. Good content. A little bit long-winded, a couple of them, kind of getting worse. But so far, so good.
That's too big for bunny ears.
Sitting with...
This live streaming then?
Yes, sir, yeah.
So you get, do you get like good internet here, or what do you do?
Honestly, I don't know. So I'm just... The first live stream in the hall, I didn't know they recently put up a Wi-Fi router thing.
Okay.
And testing it out. I was going to bring my Starlink here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Starlink actually. So you have like, I was told, but I mean, you obviously, you had to get like paid, like
we will be doing an interview with a council candidate. This is Glenn
Marcel
Papaquash. All right, tell us how you're feeling.
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm glad to be here today. I like the forums. I feel they're really good for the candidates to get up and talk, explain their situation, why they're running, plans and dreams they have for the people in our nation. So it's a good thing. I tip my hat to Jay-Cee for setting them up.
So, how do you feel that these live streams have sort of changed elections from the past?
It's a good thing, definitely. I don't think it's changed the election so much, but it's sure made it more informative for the people, for everybody, the people who are running, but especially for the people who aren't. This way people get to see you, speak up for yourselves. You get the chance to talk about what you want to do for the people in our nation. So it's made it better as far as I'm concerned. I can definitely agree with that.
So, and my last question right now is, I know this isn't your actual sort of speech, but what are you thinking about in terms of talking? What do you think? Which direction do you think you're gonna go into?
I'll just probably give just a brief overall of the reasons why I'm running, what I'd like to see for our band, the changes that need to be made in order to make our nation better for everybody and for future generations. There's basically my view on the reserve, and as it is right now, is we're stuck in the dark ages. Where there's other bands, there's other nations out that are so far advanced, and I just don't understand. Well, I do understand why we're not progressing like we should, and for myself, that's the reason I'm running, and that's the reason I was on council for 4 years, a total of 2 terms when it was a 2-year system back. I got in when I was 23. I think, I was 23 years old just before I turned 24. And, nothing has changed since then, really. It just seems like we're stagnant and we can't break out of it. So that's why I'm running. I didn't just put my name in. I had no intention at all to run until I came here on nomination day. And I was approached by probably 5 to 10 individuals asking me why I wasn't running and telling me that they would like me to run. So that's why I put my name in the hat. And when the first time I ever ran, that's the same reason too. Deceased Campbell Papaquash, our ex-chief, who was our chief at one time. We had a meeting. There was about 30, 40 band members at his place the very first time we had a meeting, and everybody there, they were the ones who picked candidates and who they wanted to run. And they had picked Campbell, and they asked myself, Ron Papaquash, Robert Brass, and Daryl Cody to run. So we ran as a team, and his council got in, but he himself didn't. And that's the same thing as, like I said, I had no intention to run, but people asked me to.
So in closing, we usually do these interviews we're starting to do them during every time there's a break or something.
Yeah.
So in closing, do you have anything to say to?
I would just like to ask you people for your support. Anybody who watches this.
Because last forum we had 75 people tune in.
Yeah.
So
okay,
there is kind of a high.
Yeah, that's a few people in to be able to see the candidates speak and hear what they have to say instead of relying on hearsay or rumors or whatever. So, and I think for myself, I always was about running to do stuff for people, and I believe you have to run on your own merits. Like a lot of people like to, and there's nothing wrong with asking questions. That's everybody's right to know. But at the same time, I think like if you don't have nothing to offer to the people by way of your running on your own merits and being able to want to work for the people, You know, that's, it needs to be changed, I think, you know, and people need to run on their own merits and want to be here. It's not an easy job, I know from past experience. It's a thankless job. A lot of times you can't satisfy everybody, no matter how hard you try. You know, I found that out. But I'm, like I said, I want to run now that that I put my name into the hat to run. I'm excited about it. I hope I get in, and if I do, the only promise I can make is I'm accountable, I'm honest, I believe in transparency 100%, and I'll work my tail off for our people, for you people, for our nation.
All right. So with that being said, we come to the end of our smoke break. This is kind of our little halftime show here. See you guys soon. We will now turn it over to the next camera, which is in the main hall. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, there is. Wow, he's ready for council. Give a round of applause, guys. He's ready for council. Keep First Nation.
First off, I just want to welcome everybody, say thank you for coming out to the forum, and thanks to Jay-Cee for setting this up. This is a really good thing that he's done, bringing these forums here so the candidates can speak and the people have the opportunity to ask questions and hear the candidates and what they have in mind for the band, for our nation. I wrote a few things down just to remind myself to touch upon. First off, like I said, my name's Glenn Papawash. I've been a member of the band my whole life. I grew up and lived out here for probably 90% of my life. I love this place. It's my home. I love the people here. And that's why I'm running. I wasn't going to run. People asked me to run on nomination day, so I accepted the nomination, and that's why I'm here. The reason I'm running, I believe you should run on your own merits. The way things stand, we've seen a touch of it earlier today. Like, I totally agree with transparency, accountability, honesty, and as a leader, you have to be held accountable for your actions or inaction, as the case may be, whatever you do or don't do for the people. But at the same time, I think that if the first time I ran was with one of our chiefs, Campbell Papaquash, and we all had a meeting over at this place. There was probably about 30, maybe 40 people there at the time, and we just sat down in a circle, and we talked, and it was about election, and Campbell was asked to run for chief. And the reason that all of us at that time who were there that ran with Campbell, it wasn't us that stood up and said, I want to be a leader, I want to be a counselor. It was the people that asked us to. And I believe the reason they had asked us to run is they saw that we might have something to offer to the band in the role as a leader. So people asked us, and that's the same thing this time. I had no intention of running when I came out on nomination day. I just drove out here for my mom. She came out to nominate our current chief. And again, people asked me to run. So I said, okay, I'll give it a go. And I believe that, I believe in myself, I believe in our people. That's our greatest asset. We have two assets, that's our land and our people. And I have a want and a desire in my heart for us to succeed, every single one of us from this nation,
from Key First Nation. Back in the day, when I was on council, when the Pelly Hayland land claim was put in, I did some of the initial research, just reading the old archive and Indian Asian reports and that. And at that time, before they took our Pelly Haylands out of the 3 bands, we were the only one that was 100% self-sufficient. I'm not making this up. These are facts. I read the Indian Asian report. We never touched one red penny of government money. All the money that was allotted for our people and our nation was put into the bank, into a trust. We didn't touch it, not a penny. And the Indian Asian, I can't remember the name of the fellow, but the guy that wrote that report, he held us up to his superiors in his report writing as a model First Nation and what they had in mind for us when they set up the reserve system. Well, maybe it's not what they had in mind for us, but that was the early outcome of it, was by making us settle down and become farmers. We were very successful. We had over 700 head of cattle, over 400 head of horses. And and from the haylands that we had, we were able to accomplish that. But like when you look around at our reserve today, it looks nothing like it was back then. Back then, our reserve was mostly all bush. I think we might have had 2 grain fields, and they were very tiny. They were maybe, I believe the biggest one was 60 by 70, and that's where they grew grain and also on the other little fields. So over the years, our land has been worked into what you see today. And when you take a look at our nation and the state we're in, I'm a big believer in economic development. If we could be back then 100% self-sufficient, we certainly should be able to accomplish that today. For myself, we call ourselves a nation, yet somebody else is paying our bills. Another nation, the nation of Canada, is actually paying our bills. And until we reach the point where we can take their money or leave it, that's when we will be a nation. That's my own personal belief. When we can be 100%, each of us from this reserve, able to supply the needs and wants of every single member of our nation, today we're a reserve. It's reserved for us. But to be a nation, that's what we have to be able to do. That's my personal belief. And in order to get there, we have to develop our people. We have to invest in our people through education. I'm a big believer in education. I was on council when we took over our post-secondary, and we actually made money in that program by investing some of our dollars into GICs and term deposits. We didn't make a lot, but we made some money. And I see a lot of people here who I know that we funded when we took over, and I'm proud to say that with the help of the students and their input, it was a close time frame when we took it over. I wasn't in total agreement with it at the time, but anyways, I went ahead, because that was my portfolio, and set up a committee comprised of 3 or 4 students, an elder, and then the counselor, who at the time was me. We set up our own bank account away from the credit union and put it into the CIBC, and the students, the committee was the one who made the decisions on funding and the administration of the actual administration of the monies in the program. So that was a good thing, and we're still doing that today. I'd like to just express my appreciation to Gilda for running the education, and everybody who sat on the committee in the beginning, and all committees. And so like I say, I believe we have to invest in our people, and we also have to invest in our land. We need to take our land back and farm it ourselves. Since forever, I think it's probably, I'm thinking probably to my grandfather and some of our grandfathers' era, they were farmers. They worked the land here on the reserve, and we need to do that again. There's so much, I believe if we farm our own land, the money we can make, which is millions upon millions of dollars, that would form a base for us to invest more into other businesses, but also invest in our people and our nation. that would be our base. And then, like I said, developing our people, helping people to get, we get from our land monies, literally to sum it up, like the sky's the limit. Literally, there's nothing that we can't accomplish if we work together. And like I said, I love my reserve. I love the people from my reserve. I'm just waiting on a house. Whether I get in on council or not, I'm moving back here. This is my home, and I don't feel, you guys probably feel it too when you go away, even if it's for a little while and you come back, man. When you come over the hill and you see the river, the creek and the church and that, man, I just get a good feeling coming home, And this is where I want to make my life, is out on the reserve, and that's what I'm going to do. Economic development, like I said, farming, and there's other businesses we could do. Like, we have to get involved in technology. That's a serious money maker. You have everyday, just regular people making websites on YouTube pages, and they're making millions off of that, and through technology, we can reach out, we can form partnerships with people and businesses through the entire world. We don't just have, like I said, with farming, for example, we don't have to just go to the elevator and sell our stuff. We could make our own value-added products. Why can't we have our own line of flour, our own line of peas, beans, our own line of hemp, industrial hemp? We can make clothes out of that. We can make teepees. There's so much you can do. And I'm excited to get in. I want to get in so that I can work for everybody here and for everybody on our nation. That's really what's driving me to do this. And like I said, I can work with anybody. I will work with anybody. I'm a straight up forward guy. Speak to my past. I've made mistakes in my past too, and I'm still working on that today. It's a struggle, but I'm doing actually really good, I believe, considering how far I fell at picking myself up by my bootstraps. And I think that's time for all of us to do that. The history of our nation and our people in general, speaking about Native peoples, sure, we went through hell through the boarding schools and the results of that, but I mean, there comes a time where you just, you gotta take the bull by the horns, as they say, and don't forget what happened to us. There's forgiveness. Forgive, but at the same time, don't forget, and I believe that's made us a much stronger people. We were always the strong people, but I know we can do it, people. I know in my heart of hearts, when I look around at other reserves and see the progress they've made and the progress their people have made, that's what I want to see for us here, for everybody here. It doesn't belong to any chief or councillor or any group or families or grades, all of ours, and I believe if we work together and treat it as such, there's nothing that can hold us back. So I'd like to ask for your support and say thank you for listening to me. And if I get in office, the only promise I can make is I'll be there for you every day, working hard, doing everything that I can, working with the people. I just want to mention another thing in regards to bringing money into the band. I believe part of our jobs as councillors is to go out into the world and bring money back for our band, for our people. And as far as proposal writing, I know we have some extremely talented and highly educated people amongst us, but I mean, anybody, if they want to write a proposal, usually the going rate is 15-20%. I think that should be open for every band member, regardless of where you live, what your occupation is, or your education level. If you can write a proposal that brings in money into our community, then honestly, I'm pushing to pay people that do that at least 15-20%. That's the standard rate, I think, for proposal writing. So that's something else that I want to inform our people about if I can get in on council, and the economic development and the development of our people in all areas. So thank you for listening to me. I really appreciate it. And any questions, fire away. Yes, Myrna? Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And I understand that the
Yes, I am, definitely. That's like I said when we took it over. It was kind of done in a hasty manner. I was in agreement with taking over administering our own post-secondary dollars, but I wanted to give the power to the students, to the people's lives who it affected the most, because we're talking about people's futures, you know, and it has to be done like par excellence. It's got to be done right. So yeah, and that's why I made the committee, because at the time, and I still feel this way, the students running it, they know best how it suits their needs and what the needs are of the post-secondary students. Myself, I took 1 year of business administration, but that was it. So yeah, I designed it that way. Well, with your help too, and I talked to all the students that time and informed them of what was going on and how we were going to be taking our monies from YTC. But yeah, I'm committed to that for sure, to set up a committee again. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn. Alrighty, so the next person we have on our list is Kimberly Kashane. Mabiza Kimberly Kashane. Are you ready?
I was writing out a good speech. Well, many of you guys may know me. I'm Kimberly Kashane, daughter of Cornelia Kashane and Lake Hanson Langan. I was nominated to run for council for the Key First Nation. And I was iffy about it at first, but then you know what? I said, you know what, this is a time for us young people to stand up and take that stand for us, for the community. Anyways, I have some ideas. The reasons I chose to run was for our youth, the sports, recreation, and support, the motivation, the role modeling. I get out there a lot with my kids, not just my kids, my other relatives and all, throughout the neighboring reserves. My visions and plans are to support transportation for the children for extracurricular activities. You know, back them up with their fees, registration, all that kind of stuff, because there's none of that right now. It's hard to come up with those dollars for your children on your own. Also, our housing, a lot of the homes are very molded, run down. You know, there's sewer problems, and many houses I've been in, molded problems. You can see the black mold on the walls, like every house you go to. I was saying if we had a vote on our PHL dollars or whatever, say for $1 million to bring in and build 10 houses ground up new, you know, properly done, inspected, and all that kind of stuff. For our education, our dollars, skills and trades, language and teachings, our traditional teachings, bring those back. The language is a big thing for me, as I'm learning a lot from my Uncle Mike. I know some things.
Don't say it.
To increase our graduation dollars, to increase the living allowances. Cost of living is going up, transportation and registration is very expensive right now. Why not bring in somebody who, or hire people who can drive a bus for our welfare recipients to town 2 times a day? A lot of people have to pay gas out of their own checks, and that's not much to survive. That includes like the registration and all for their vehicles. That's half their check gone right there, you know. Also, our lands and revenue was brought up a lot. Like, where does those dollars go? And we never hear or see anything with those being done. I'd like to try bringing a multiplex used for everybody. You know, anything can happen there. Just basic life training skills and all that for all the people. Create partnerships with the surrounding
businesses like Co-op, they should employ some of our people. We don't see none of our people working there. They have a lot of our business. The alfalfa plant, Robinson, those are just some places to reach out to create partnerships. Again, we're creating jobs, grants proposals. There's the LFD program through YGC, the ESD programming for the young mothers, the young parents out here on reserve. Help people get their license and everything, support them, help them, make them feel good about themselves, bring them up like that. Anyways, I had better speech. And all over the place. But anyways, with that, I ask you guys to humbly support me for council for the Key First Nation.
Nobody has a question? Okay, so it's gonna be, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Some very good points. I'd just like to know what kind of long-term goals that you have that will benefit the whole community.
Long-term goals for the whole community is probably trying to set up infrastructure and create businesses out in the real world, like out there in towns. I see a lot of these other reserves striving with their businesses out there, and we're here, we have nothing, no resources, no businesses out there. We can build businesses, infrastructure, like that land in York, we could have put condos and apartment buildings there for our people.
Any other questions?
Why do they call you Kimbo?
That was the nickname I gave her, Kimbo Slice. We're having pizza. So in terms of what we got to ask ourselves too as a nation, what is our vision? Not just her vision, not just his vision, but what is our vision as a whole community, as a nation? And I think that's why we can't get anywhere and can't get ahead, is because you'll have one councillor trying to do this plan, not telling the people what to do. You'll have another councillor with another vision. And that's not the people's vision. We have to start coming together, working together to have a vision so that it continues, whether you're in there for 4 years, whether you're in there for 10 years, and the vision continues. So that's just about it for that. So the next person I'm going to ask is Derek Brass, Wapizan. Derek is also running for council. Give a round of applause.
People, I was asked to run for council here a little while back. I never really tried to run for council. I've always worked with people in groups all my life. Like a lot of you know, I did a lot of that in the system, justice system. And all that time I've always worked with groups, with people. I helped to bring more cultural, spiritual activities inside the prisons. And, my thing is to work with poor people. It's not for, for myself or anything. I always like to look for the underdog, for the person that's struggling out there. Like even out here, past a little while, I've been coming to this battle this week after week. People have problems, with SA, with whatever it is. I know SA has been a big problem. And I come here and I try to speak up for people. I try to help the people. I have this opportunity to actually try and make a change, do something for our community. I have a lot of experience writing proposals. There's a lot of funding out there for federal, provincial level for grants. I can see some trades coming back to our community for young people. I remember back a few years ago, we used to have courses like carpentry, welding, and the introductory courses. So our young people could go back out there and take the trade at SciAS or whatever our other school that they want to get involved in. Just got to get their feet wet out here so they can see what kind of direction you want to head into. You know, and like one thing I wanna just give a shout out to Sharon and Chief and Council, because like everybody knows, I've been sick for the past couple of years, and like we need a strong healthcare system out here. You know, if it wasn't for Sharon, Chief and Council, I would be struggling right now. You know, like they help my kids coming to be by my side, you know, quite a few times. And we gotta continue that. You know, like people like quite a few of us start to get up there in age. And when somebody gets sick, we always want to have the funds to go out to travel, to spend time with them. And you know, sometimes just having that, you found it nice year. That's a big thing that pulls you through a lot of stuff. And like I said, like Sharon, I know there's been a lot of people, a lot of complaints about not hiring band members to work in the band office and that. You know, like if we have qualified people out here, why don't they apply? You know, like right now we have a pretty good staff out here, I think, like the ones I've worked with. You know, we have qualified people. Let them put in their resume, let them get the job. But they gotta compete with other workers too that come into our communities. You know, like I said, the most qualified should be given that opportunity. And if our people aren't qualified, why don't we send them to school? Get them involved in the programs. You know, like whatever kind of courses you want to take. Like Arthur just put you past, like who's going to take Chris on? You know, like she helped me a lot in there with travel and like rides and stuff like that. You know, and you know, like that's what I mean, like bring trades, introductory courses for our youth, for men and women that they could get their feet wet, see if that's what they want to get into. You know, that way they have an idea of what they're facing, and then we can bring them back to our community. And one thing I'd like to bring back is like cultural and activities, spiritual ceremonies. You know, like we have rain dance out here. A lot of people don't know how to go about stuff. You know, like we can bring some elders back into our community, teach them how to use things. You know, the proper way to approach elders and stuff like that. You know, like to me, language is a big thing. I don't know my language. I want to teach my kids how to speak a language, but where do I go? I know Mike's doing a heck of a job. You know, I wish he could be giving classes here to teach that kind of stuff. You know, like I said, there's money out there, there's grants out there that we can access and get out here. Like before this PHL, we had courses out here. You know, through grants, through organizations that took their time to come out here and work with our people. You know, like carpentry, there's housing. Kim mentioned housing. You know, why would we take carpentry courses again? You know, like build our own houses. Like there's houses we get out here, like that's garbage. You know, like my house is about 5-6 years old and it's already falling apart. And some of these newer houses, you know, they're full of mold and everything. You know, these old people, they build houses from the ground up, and those houses are still out here. And I think they're more structurally sound than these new houses we bring. You know, I'd like to see more groups, committees, because we had committees here before. I don't know what happened with them. You know, get more community involvement, bring our community back together. You know, more community events. You know, like we had dances, we had gatherings out here. You know, monthly we had things. You know, now people sit at home and watch TV. There's no interaction with each other out here. Like, we just come out here and have fun. Every month, people dancing around, doing stuff. You know, like, bring back all these activities. Everybody's always talking about where's the funding, where's the funding. You know, like it doesn't take a lot to form a dance or to get something going here. All it takes is one person to get going. If one person jumps on it, there's going to be a few more that are going to help you along the way. You know, like right now we have nothing out here. You know, I'm kind of, it's kind of pitiful that we shouldn't have more involved. We have almost $20 million in PHL. Like we can't access all of it, but the funds that we have there, we can put it more back into the community. I'd like to see our elders a little more help out here. You know, like my mother, she's an elder, and she has, she struggles month to month paying her power bills and, you know, just living like the gas prices, and everybody knows they're crazy. You know, and she drives people around all the time. You know, why can't we, you know, offer a little more elder assistance? You know, like things like that, more community involvement. And then Kim mentioned more get involved with these outside communities. You know, like startups and stores like Camsack, Northway, Kenora. You know, like there's a lot of, we can do a lot of things with here. We just gotta get motivated, get the right people in there, and just buckle down and get started. You know, like these past, I don't know how many years, we've been steadily going downhill. I'm getting tired of it. You know, like they said, like I've worked with groups and people. I'm more than capable to write proposals, to meet people, to talk to people. You know, like yeah, I'm a medical young option, but I'm still capable. I still got a mind. I can still speak it. You know, and there's a lot of other stuff I like to see out here. Just our youth sitting at home. You know, not everybody plays ball. You know, my son, he was involved in skateboarding in Regina, and we're sponsored by West Florida. They wanted to sponsor him there, but the thing is, we didn't have travel money in there. They tried to come skateboarding here, and they got kicked out of here. You know, like, let them access this home. Let them do stuff for this home. You know, they're kids, they have energy, they want to learn, they want stuff they want to do. You know, like I have a lot of ideas. That's why I like to work with committees. Because, you know, you have a chief and 5 counselors, I think. You know, they can't do everything. You form committees, that way we can work as a community to develop our community. You know, and my cousin here, he's bringing up solar energy. You know, like right now, the power bills, everything's going up. You know, why don't we work with Sask Energy here? You know, develop solar projects. You know, I know there's funding there, I'd like to see funding available just for that project. You know, why can't we access it? You know, there's a lot of things we just have to get out and start, you know, digging and organizing. The government's got all kinds of money out there for now. You know, I don't be access it. You know, this is my first time running. You know, I've always been involved in our community. Like I've been back here for, I don't know, about 15 years or so. But, you know, since I've been back, we have nothing but problems with sheep and calls. So, you know, like it's always been, you know, they took this, they took that. You know, and it started retiring, you know. We gotta start developing our community for our members. You know, we have a lot of intelligent people out here. You know, our youth are coming up. Give them the opportunity. You know, one of my youth groups, you know, young leaders, teach them how to you know, be a future chief or counselor, you know, develop their skills, you know, like this is hard coming up here, like I'm sure like a lot of us have problems coming and facing a crowd, you know, like some that develop, like there's so much things that go through my mind that I sit at home, you know, like why can't we do this, why can't we do that, you know, like this past little while, I know like, I'm not trying to put down parents and Gilda and Daryl, but you know, like there's only 3 of them, we can only do so much. know, and people jumping on their case about funding, not lack of programming, you know, why don't we step up, you know, like, Glenn just mentioned, you know, why don't we get, somebody has an idea and wants to develop it, let them, I see Sharon Ellie on Facebook constantly, she has some brilliant ideas, you know, that we could start out here, we could, you know, get started out here. It just takes one person to sit down and start writing up something, you know, and I'd like to be one of these leaders that start developing our community, start moving ahead, you know, moving ahead in the future instead of sitting back, you know, going backwards here like we have for the past, you know, like how many years now we've been going constantly backwards. And make our chief and council accountable. Like I heard transparency. You know, we should have an open book policy. There's supposed to be an open book policy. You know, make that account put it on Facebook. You know, like whenever funding goes out, people should be aware of it. You know, like I said, this is my first time in here. I have a lot of ideas, and I'd like to start working on them. But I can't do it all by myself. Like I said, that's why I like to see more communities involved. We have a lot of young people here with a lot of knowledge that can be developed into, you know, them stepping up to keeping council one day or even taking their knowledge to the streets, you know. But they ought to be given that opportunity. You know, and I know there's a lot of things I'm missing. but I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity. Like I said, like I was asked around here, I talk with people all the time. I've been arguing with chief and council for I don't know how many years now. And win or lose, I'm still going to continue to do it. You know, like I said, I don't like to like the underdog being picked on or something. Can't come down to the office, come down to himself at the office. So like, I'll step up, I'll be that voice for them. You know, and the one thing that I do want to see is we had a dictatorship, I call it, with Joanne here for a couple of years. Nothing was happening, no funds were coming out of that bad office. You know, and I wanted to go through that again. Membership should have a say on something like that. You know, she kept everybody down. You know, like people were walking around with their heads down. You know, like expecting everybody out here. We couldn't do nothing. You know, like I know they tried to fire her a few times. My sister was on council before she passed away. And my sister used to come home in tears with the frustration she used to have dealing with that woman. You know, like she's shooting everything down. You know, like had access to all our accounts, all our funding. You know, that's kind of stuff. You know, like having, I don't want to sound racist, but a white woman come and dictate how we should live, where our money should be spent. You know, that's nonsense. You know, we have a lot of trouble with SA. Our power bills not being paid. I'm still trying to argue about that. You know, like, I don't know where it is now, but I know last year my power got cut off. Last year, you know, and then last stepped in, she had access to my files, which was supposed to be confidential. I guess it's supposed to be confidential. Not even chief and council were supposed to have access to it as well. She had my file open, Joanne had my file open on her desk, telling me what I could and couldn't do, what I was entitled to, what I wasn't entitled to. I argued about it, but it's her word against mine. Like I said, membership should have a say in something like that when you try to come control. Even chief and council, if they try to control the funding, we should have a say whether whether they can or cannot. You know, because it's the leaders that speak for our people, but they don't have, you know, they don't control us. They don't tell us what we can or cannot do. They're our voice. That's what I want to be and continue to be. It's your voice, you know. Like I said, I'm open to for anything. I kind of like to take on projects and see them through. You know, and like I said, this is my first time running. A lot of these have a head start on me. Like I haven't been able to travel to these other forums. I had health problems. I'm not sponsored by any group or whatever. And like financially and health-wise, I couldn't travel. But like a lot of you's been mentioning a lot of things. That's why I don't want to start repeating.
No.
Any questions? Okay, Ashton?
You talk about qualified people, take a look at this crowd, you actually take a step back and actually realize who's really qualified and brings a good, opportunity to the community. Because I'm standing here right now and I know we can do something for, humanity. And unfortunately, this person's, under the shadows and not appreciated, for his work ethic and so on and so forth.
When people have to take that first step, like when a position comes available, bad officer or whatever, you gotta take that initiative. Get up a resume, it's no different from the outside. You're not gonna get hired sitting at home, because you get complaining. You gotta get your resume ready, get everything in order, present it out there, come and talk up for yourself. Whoever it is, like everybody, you gotta step forward for yourself. Nobody's gonna talk for you. Like somebody might say a few good words for you, but it's up to you to get your paperwork in order. If you want something, you gotta do it. Like that's all I gotta say. People gotta get if you want something, step up, get your act together and do it yourself. If they got a good resume, I'm pretty sure they'll be looked at.
Thank you, Derek Migrants. Yeah, I do have a story about the late Marcella, his sister, and Olive Brass. I did a project with them. They asked me to do the language project with Marcella. And I was pretty reluctant to do it in the beginning because of all the hostility between families and that. And I did say yeah. And man, just the amount of nonsense that politics brings, that I had these walls up because I didn't know her family and I thought they were against me. That's how I believed, that's what I was thinking. But after that whole experience, I come to know Olive and I respect her very much and their family. They're a beautiful family. And that's what politics is doing to our people. It's destroying us. It's taking away from us working together in that, eh? So you gotta think differently about things like that. So the next one we're gonna call is Alan Brazo. Alan Brazo, Mapizan. You are next on The Price is Right. You must be tired.
Isn't it nice to hear everybody say all positive things? Like the young people, I'm just so amazed at George and some of the, some Glenn as well, I've never heard all this thing, for myself, I'm Eleanor Brazo or Brazo, and I've moved away from the reserve years ago, so I lived off the reserve. I went and got my education, I got my degree, and I went out there and I built a career for myself. And now I returned home. I'm your little native worker here, but I'm not running in this election. And even in that program, we need to shake that up and change that around. We need about 4 or 5 people in that program. really. We need therapists, we need mental health, we need addiction people, we need young people, we need people that are recovered people to run in that program. We even need an elder, like you say. And all of these programs, you're like, one of the biggest things that we've heard out there is the Election Act. Okay, we have an Election Act sitting somewhere in the band office. Like, let's dust it off. We have two very capable people in our First Nation that know about the Election Act, which is Myrna Soup and Carrie Soup as well. Why can't we start there with them and put a committee together to all of these, bring back those committees, bring back the committee so people feel involved, because you know what, I'm gonna tell you something, I worked all over Saskatchewan. I went right down to White Bear, all the way to far north with the Dene people, you know what? And guess what? Our people, our key First Nation people, you know what? Are one of the friendliest, the most welcome. Really, our First Nation people here have big hearts. We do. We invite, we love people. Really, we do. We do. And the only other First Nation that I found was like that was Patrick Lake. I found them so similar with their, the way they did things. They're inviting us, and just the way they love them, they concern, over people. But really, we have beautiful people here, and that was what Old Chief Campbell Papebush said. We have the land, and we have the people to develop. And you yourselves have beautiful families. We are one awesome person. In spite of all our fighting, our bickering, and everything, we really are. We are awesome. And this is the time, like for myself, I'm I should get off the stage and retire from this. But for myself as a candidate, what I see is we really need that Election Act. We really need to leave a trail for you young people, because it's not there right now. And whoever gets in, let's work at that. Let's leave a trail for our people, Let's leave it there. Even go back into a lot of our policies, like our membership policy, even that. And the other thing that I would really want to bring for us to take over and control is our own child welfare act. Your Tribal Child and Family Services holds our files, and they don't know. We don't even know a thing about that. They exclude us from everything. Our committee here doesn't even get to go to anything there, So we really need to take control of that. So whichever chief and council get in, we need to take over that. And we're just about there. We have the lawyer in place. We have all those other things in place. It was too, we kind of went to them, but there's only two counselors on this chief and two counselors, and you need a full council and a full chief to get those documents signed, So that's all I want to say is straightforward. Let's work on things together, and we have a lot of beautiful things going for our First Nation in spite of all of this ugliness that even myself has been a part of, this lateral violence, And I never knew this young man to be so knowledgeable in everything about, And it's just so beautiful to hear. I've listened to you for the last 2 or 3 things now, and I just love the way you talk here. The future the future is within you young people here, and it's so good to have that. And if you clean up your act, like I did 2 years ago, I cleaned up my act. I was a darn drunk myself. I was out on the street, and I cleaned up my act, and I went back to university, got a degree, and where I am today. I've been sober for 21 years. I've had a few problems away, and one, but I really give all of his, commend all of his, and like we all have the same vision in mind to work in the best interest of our people. You know, like I was executive director for how many years for another organization there for other agencies, and that was one of the things I used to tell my staff. You look outside that window, I said, that's who we represent. You're not working for me. We're working for the people, I used to tell them, you know, you're not working for me. Yeah, I was the boss. But you're not working for me. And you know, in the last, really, I just want to put this out there. For the last 8 years that I've been there, I never lost one staff member. Yes, we had tough times together. Yes, I had to address things just like, you know, as a boss, I had to address things, and we had to sit down, identify the problem, and come up with a solution. And I'm quite sure we all can do that here, every one of us. We have it in us, every one of us, to sit down and discuss things constructively and come up with an answer. You know, and I work under Sharon, and yes, we do need some of those things going, but you know, Sharon has a big heart for the community. And she does the best she can do with what she has, with the people she works under her. Yeah, I'm not there half the time, so I gotta get back on track. But, you know, really though, that's one of the things, you know, that, like we do have some things here that are really good, and some things that need to get corrected. And like come after the election on Sunday, we got it immediately. Whoever gets back into that office and start paying those tuitions for all our post-secondary students. Because there's students out there, like even my granddaughter, she's done her first year psychiatric nursing. Like my little jazzy girl, you know, she's got her first year, and she's like, well, Grandma, who's there to send my, you know, like I said, well, send it to Sheila, the same thing, you know, but we have to get in there. I've heard that some of our tuition fees are not paid, so we got to correct that and get our students back, and we got to get that done. I don't care who it is, who gets it, you got to get this done for our students. Look after our children, look after the students, the future of our First Nation. So that's all I want to say. I don't feel like answering any questions, so I'm tired.
Pretty good. Okay, so our next one, we're going to call on Richard Crane. Richard Crane Mapiza, also known as Ricky, Uncle Ricky. And just so you know, he got over the walking business there. He's not bad anymore.
My name is Rick Crane. I'm from Key First Nation. I'm sure everybody knows me here. I left here a long time ago when I was 16 years old. The time when I left here, I know that there was good things going on for myself. There was work in a community for the students. I can't remember who was the chief. That's one of the things that went on in the community, and I was really happy for that. You know, those are some of the things that I heard a lot of stuff here today, and most of the stuff was going to talk on, and most of it is about covered. But we have a lot of smart people here. A lot of people have good ideas. The candidates that are running, they have a lot of great ideas. That's a good thing. Like I myself am for education. for looking after the elders here, looking after the young youth, the children. Like I myself have skills, like, you know, to like, I've been following the traditional way for the past 23 years. I've been sober for 23 years. It's a good life. That's the best life that's the best move I ever made in my life, was to leave alcohol alone. And today I'm really proud of myself. I've come a long way in my life after I left all this stuff alone. And after I did this, I immediately turned back to my cultural ways. I come back to the community and I attended a lot of stuff. I looked after myself. I built a solid foundation around myself. And you know, I'm still going forward strong, which I'm happy for myself. And I'm still willing to help people today that are struggling in our community. And I know I could do that. I could bring that to the community. If you guys are willing to vote for me on June the 12th. I'm a good guy to get along with. I have a lot of good ideas. I could work with anybody. And I'd like to see, like, I'm not a guy I'm not a one-sided guy. I'd like to see everybody that's included. That's the way I look at it. Everybody's got to be included. And when there's events that go on in the community, everybody should be involved. And another thing I'd like to see is, you know, like, the band, like, have regular meetings in the community, like once or twice a month. That would be a good thing, so everybody would know what's going on in the community. So those are some of the things I'd like to see. I know I've been away from the reserve for a long time. Like I said, I left here when I was 16 years old. But, you know, I accomplished a lot of things since 1999. I quit my alcohol. January 26, 1999, and I never looked back. I just looked forward, and I'm still going forward. I still like to see good things happen for myself and my family. Not only my family, but people around me, people in the community. I like to come back to reserve. The language itself is slowly coming back to me. Like what I've been doing when I've been going to these traditional places, I've been like, I'm a singer myself, and I'm really proud of that. Like, and I know that, like, if I was able to come back to the community and offer my support, you know, I'd like to get a group of boys together where we could start something here. And I know that would be a good thing, because I know a lot of other boys in other communities, like over in a couple next reserves there. I know a lot of boys that are involved with that. And you know, that's a good thing. You know, when you get down to stuff like that, it's a really good feeling right here. You feel it all right here. Those are some of the things I'd like to offer to the community. Like since I quit my stuff, and like I said, for the past 23 years, there's a lot of stuff that I've accomplished for myself. I own my own home. I got a lot of diplomas. Like I strived. I went forward. I went out and got them and done it on my own. Nobody. I forced myself. I put force in myself to go do these things. I even accomplished. I got a red seal for myself. I got a grade 11 certificate for myself. I got all these things going for myself, and I want to keep going forward. And I myself always talk to my children. I always talk to my children about all these good things that could happen in their lives if they do all these good things. And the youth in the community, if we have people that could talk to them, that's one of the things that we could do with our youth in the community here. Because like if I was elected as a council, I'm willing to relocate back here, relocate back to the reserve here. But those are some of my ideas anyway today that, that's, I don't want to take too much time. There's a whole list of things here that I could look at, like, that could be brought to the community, and, that's what we gotta do here. We gotta build our community. You know what? I just come from a community today where I was on another Indian reserve, and I could see all the stuff that they have on the reserve, and those are the kinds of things that we could do for ourselves here. And that would be a really good thing. We gotta start somewhere, and there's people talk about land claims coming into the reserve here, and lots of times, when that money comes, you have to spend money to make money. That's the way it works. That's how you start building stuff. That's how it works. But that would be one of my plans, is to sit down with people, and if they all have good thoughts, everybody on the same page, we plan these ideas, and you can get all these good things working, moving forward. Those are all the good thoughts we be able to build together. But anyway, this is all I have to say this evening. On Sunday, June 12th, if you see my name there, Richard/Ricky, put your X there.
Questions? Anybody have any questions? You good? Over there, with question.
Mr. Ricky Crane. You talk about all your accomplishments and so on and so forth, that I give much respect to you in terms of being portrayed and everything. But I just wanted to ask, with every all these houses being contracted by Caucasian people, how come you never sat down with the chief of council? You getting the contracts and building these houses and hiring indigenous people to work on the homes and
You know what? I was never ever. This is the first time I'm running for council on reserve here. I was never ever here before. Like, I didn't really understand your question.
Well, you have from my understanding,
Could you speak up a bit? I can't really hear
it seems
you.
like you're very knowledgeable in carpentry. I'm just curious, why didn't you bring your experience, forward to the table with the chief of council and be like, hey, I'm knowledgeable in this field. Why not hire me instead of Asian people on the outside to do the work for our own people?
Well, you know what? That's a very good thought, but that's really not my trade, carpentry. But you have good thoughts there, though. And I know what you're saying. I know where you're coming from, and that's a good idea. Thank you very much.
Okay, be rich. Okay, so we have Ferdio Soup. Bobby's on. He's running for council as well. Please.
Hi, my name is Ferdio Soup. I'm seeking council. Well, my thing talk about trades, like Richard, I can relate to him. I know what he does, and Richard Horton, the same thing. Like he's talked about Fort McMurray. I've worked in Fort McMurray since '74 on and off, and I just worked there last winter. But like my trade is in the oil industry and like, getting people jobs. I will help people work. Like, I'll go my way for it. Put it that way. Like I even got somebody asking here for phone numbers, and I will give my phone number out. But like throughout my travels, like from Vancouver to Edmonton, Regina, we talked about land custom, we talked about land claims, about trust agreements. But there's one thing I noticed here today. I was out over the hill here to garbage dump. That's a mess. That's got to be cleaned up. That's an eyesore. I'm not blaming anyone, but I just noticed everything blowing around, but it has to be cleaned up. Something's got to be done about it. And I will, if I'm in there, I will try my best to try to clean up. I'd like get a dozer and shove everything in a hole or whatever, to clean the area up. And then when I talk about helping people, like everybody needs a job. Everybody needs we hire our own band staff, like people from here that are qualified, and apply, and like I'm easy to get along with, I'm not hard to get along with. Like I go out of my way for people more or less, and they can talk to me anywhere, I will help. And my most important thing is employment. Like all the people that travel from Edmonton to Vancouver, there's that Trans Mountain pipeline that zigzag all the way through there. There's camps there. That's my line of work. That's what I do. And you know what? I can't promise you a job over there, but I will do my best in the province here, like if it's a trans gas or whatever. There's a job in Moose Jail there. I can help people get on there. I can't hire myself, but I can lead you to the right people to get hired. And that's my strongest point is employment. And I want to like when we get in there, like I don't know the situation of the band, like where it stands, the program. We have to go through every program to see if it's a deficit or a surplus, and carry on from there to build on that. And not to be blaming people, but to go ahead and try to make it better for the whole reserve. Not to hold grievances or pointing fingers, but just to try carry on and make the best life we can here for people. So anyways, I'll cut it short and I'll say that June the 12th, vote for the soup.
Oh, everyone must be tired. Okay, we have one more, or we have a couple more. There's more. Dusty Cachet. I think we'll. Okay, we'll finish the announcements. There's just 3 more left. Then we'll take a break and then we'll do the Chiefs.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dusty Cachet. I've been living under here my whole life. I've seen our needs and wants, and I think is where we need the most help. I know currently we have all our buffalo get out. We only have one in the fence, and it was kind of a hard time to get them back. And we've seen some of the people come out and help, and I kind of felt like the buffalo were trying to bring us back together and trying to make us stronger, because we got to unite. We are one, and that's the only way we're going to move forward. The most things that I want to get done is for our youth, because I see a lot of talented people out here, and I can see them going places. And if we don't push them, they're not going to go anywhere. They're always going to be stuck on the reserve and no jobs, no nothing. And about the jobs, I was when or if elected, I would like to have the students, the high school students, working for the elders all year round, not only in the summer, because our elders and our youth are the ones that are going to keep us together, right? We got to be there to support them and help them. And if we can't help them, then how are we going to learn and teach our youngins, right? Yeah, because I'm a single father of 5 children. I know I just hope the best for them and all of her kids, grandkids, cousins, uncles, nephews, nieces, mushrooms, cookums. Everybody matters. And if we don't look after them, then what are we going to have, right? Yeah, but like what I want to try to do for the sports is up here. I want to try to get a running track because I am a certified track and field coach. I did go to Saskatoon and get my certificate, and I'd like to see more of our kids running and participating in more sporting events. And even not only sports, like we have people that are artists, you know, like I don't know, people want to do band, they want to play instruments, they want to help each other out and look good, you know, because Key First Nation hasn't been really heard. When I went all over the place and I played from east to coast, from Vancouver to Newfoundland, competing for our rights, trying to bring home the championship, you know, because I do believe if we have the right guidance, we can make it out of here and we can all be happy, one way or the other, right? Yeah, and I had so much more to say. I eat too many chocolate bars. Yeah, but I don't know, I just feel like, I don't know, I think I could help our band excel any other way, you know, because with a good mind and a good heart, you can make it anywhere in life. And that's pretty much all I have to say right now, but I'd like to say I love each and every one of you, and I hope that you vote with a good heart, and vote Dustin Kashane as your future counselor, because I'm ready to help us excel.
Question? Oh, for everyone is really tired, eh? Okay, I have a question. Wait, Dusty, Bobby's up.
I am.
This is not plenty of fish, guys. Okay, so we're gonna call Gilda DePucci. Bobby, so we just have one more and then we'll take a break, guys, because everyone's tired. She's ready. Okay, awesome.
We're just tired.
Good evening to you all. I just want to say that I support education. I walk the talk. I have 2 degrees and 5 diplomas. My children are all educated, and so are my grandchildren. I would like to have the master's program implemented so that students can go further in their studies, even a PhD. My son's talking about a PhD in business right now, but he's going to get funded elsewhere or apply for a grant, or I don't know what he's going to apply for. So I would like to see those, let students go as far as they can in education. And in the last few years, I've seen a big change. There used to be a lot of dropouts, or at least 5 dropouts a year. Now there's none. Last year we had 2, and they withdrew due to medical reasons. So I thought that was really good. Aside from education, I like what, who is it now? Well, Fernie anyways, is one of them. Fernie's a tradesman, and I've already had 3 students approach me for his phone number to come and see me because they would like to know what they have to do in order to get on the pipeline. So I guess these farms have done really well. They were impressed with what he had to say. The culture, when I first came here, I really wanted to know about the soda culture. Today I find there's a lot of mix and match. You've got Cree, you've got Mohawk, you've got it all mixed together. And I wanted to come here to Key Reserve where I could learn just the soda culture. Because I remember when I was growing up, what my father, my uncles had to say. So I wanted that. And I think there needs to be a lot of teachings that about the culture. One of the things that I wanted to do was put a proposal for. This was about 4 years ago, but everybody seemed to jump on that idea. I wanted to have someone just say do the rain dance and tell us exactly what each poem meant, what the stalls meant, what the singers had to do. I wanted like a whole week of teachings just on that, even on the council dance, on the sweat lodges. Like, why do we have a sweat? What? A lot of people don't know the answers. I even went to the surrounding communities. I was told, well, we don't talk about things like that. Well, you know what, the impression I got, we don't talk about that because you don't know. So you're not able to give the answer. So I would like to see more of those. I know a lot of us attend these ceremonies, but I don't know the meaning, what the meaning is behind that. And I think it's very important for my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, or children to know that today, so that we could send the message on, or teach the message to the next coming generation. With that, I thank you for listening, and I ask for your support on Zoom calls. Thank you.
Any questions online?
Yes.
Well, you say you support education, and then you get asked the question, what kind of accomplishments have you achieved in 10 years, and you say nothing. How can you elaborate on that?
Can you repeat that, please?
You say you're all for education and so on and so forth, but when you get asked a question in your China, what kind of accomplishments that you achieved?
Well, you know why?
And you say nothing, how can you elaborate on that?
Well, you know why? Because I only took the education portfolio over 3 months ago. I was the Amending portfolio holder. Pardon?
For the entire 10 years?
Pardon?
For the entire 10 years?
No, I didn't always have that. I had administration.
You had education longer than a couple months.
I had it for 3 months. Anything else?
So if you are
if I was asked to, I would certainly.
And you ensure that there is a proper education?
The first thing I would do, yes. And really, I think, I would like, well, maybe a better one. Okay.
Did you just want to repeat all of that or no? Some people didn't hear it, that's why they're saying. Okay, so we have one more council, then we're going to take a break. Daryl Cody, come up, he's on for council as well, and then we'll go to the chiefs after that. If there's anyone else I'm missing, I don't think so, eh? So we'll put on there the ones that aren't here. There's a couple of councilors that are not here as well as chiefs. You could run, but you can't hide. Telling them that even.
Oi ma, ma bagi jmin ma, istis na big ma, at pinama. We are not one, we are so strong, we are mama, cinema. First off, I just want to say good evening to everybody, and I thank the Creator for all the people that are here tonight. Candidates that are running. I heard a lot of good comments here tonight. A lot of good, and I guess I'm probably the oldest, I don't want to say the oldest, but the most longest running councillor that sat on the council. And over the years, I've seen a lot of things like on this reserve. Like for instance, when I look at this hall, I remember all the dances that we had here, all the people that have come through this hall and have went, I've seen a lot of good things on this reserve. And there still is a lot of good things here. Lots. Like I do believe we do, I think we need a new hall. I'd like to see a rec center for the children. The other thing is I've always wanted on the reserve is a school. Because the school would create employment for our people. The other thing I always thought about was farming the reserve. But that's a big step, the farming of the reserve, man. A lot of money. Takes a lot of hard work. You gotta have committed people. You know, and I believe in my language and I believe in my traditional way of living. Because I believe that's what kept me up all these years, is my traditional way of living. And I'm not against anybody's religion. I've always supported the church. As I believe there's a God. I believe He's real. And those are the things, and most of all, I believe in our people. Because the other thing is, I think in a community, everybody has to learn to understand their role. Because all of us can't be leaders, can't be elected leaders, or you have to learn to be a leader in your own way, in your own personal life. And I've worked off the reserve. But one of the most important things that I learned when I worked off in the white communities was you had to be at work on time. Most importantly, be at work on time. Show up for work and do your job. That's one thing that I learned, that as long as I'd done my job, nobody could say anything about me, as long as I was doing my work. You know, I want to share something with you. You know, this is quite a few years ago when I was working for the plant. My job at that time, I was angry. I looked after the machinery, made sure the machinery were moving. If they broke down, I had to fix them. And I was working across the river over here. And it was shift changer. I was working day shift. And when I pulled in there, I saw this little man. He was standing against the bush. It must have been his land, his farmer. And you know, I started working, and at that time, one of those machines I bought, someday hit a big stone or something, and it was smashed up pretty bad, and I had to take it all apart. And the serviceman that was getting off ahead of me told me what. And I said, well, hopefully I can have it done. You can bring the parts when the shift change comes, and I'll get it all ready. So when I was working away, I'll call him white, this white man. He was watching me for the longest time. And, I was busy away and crawl under the machine, take out whatever had to be taken out, and just working away doing my job, man. And every time I come out, I noticed he'd be getting closer and closer. As he got closer, finally, he had enough. He came up to me and he started talking to me. First thing he asked me, are you native? I said, yeah. Really? He was saying, yeah. I said, I'm native, yeah. You know what he was saying? I didn't want you on my land because you're native. I said, yeah, why? And he said, and he goes on. As I began to watch him work, and he was saying, I didn't know natives were good mechanics, he told me. I said, what? Yeah, he said, I didn't think people could. Like, in other words, he's a real racist guy, if you want to call it that. And, you know, I continued working away, and then he started to talk, asking me more questions. And, you know, he says, you know what? You're a pretty damn good worker. I was doing my job. I said, you know, that's what I'm paid for. But anyway, all of a sudden, he says, you know what? I got a real nice well over here that brings real nice cold water. I got some cold, like it was hot. I said, if you want to give me, fine. So he goes and gets me water and he comes back. And he stays there all day visiting me. Now, I'm not bragging here. Now when shift change comes, this other guy that I was working with was white. And he says, Dave, he comes. I suppose you're sitting in a truck all day. Just, oh, and all of a sudden, the still white, the still farmer speaks up. Hey, you leave that man alone. That's one of the best workers that I ever saw. The point that I'm trying to make is, just by my attitude and my work ethics, I changed that guy there that day.
what he thought about our people. That's what I'm talking about, leadership. Leadership is not just being an elected official or you're going to play and that's the rule. Even in your own family, you're a leader. And let me tell you something else. These jobs that we do here as leaders on this reserve are not easy jobs, and it's not just this First Nation. And I've been committed to my job. I went through a lot of things on this reserve as a leader, and I have a lot of experience. You know, I was even physically attacked sometimes at being a leader. But I'll say this, I love this reserve and I love my people. But there's a lot of things I cannot do for my people because it's up to them as individual people to learn to do things for themselves also. Because there's a lot of things that a leader cannot change in a person. Just like my own walk in my life. I've been sober for pretty close to 40 years. You don't think that was easy? I've encountered sexual abuse in my life, physical abuse, mental abuse, you name it. I've encountered those things in my life. That's why I care about children so much. Our grandchildren. That was one of the reasons I made a change in my life was for my children. And I'm glad that I've done those things. My traditional way of life, I never lived that for the longest time until I picked it up and I decided to follow it. That's the way that I was going to take my children. And I've always had a vision for this band. My vision is that, yeah, I don't think I'll ever see the full perfect picture of it, but for our people to get along and work together. That's always been my vision for this band. Because that's all we really have here today, sitting here today. And let me tell you something, change is happening all over the world. The environment's changing. There's a war going on in Ukraine right now. But let me say this, I've always enjoyed my job for the people of this band. Yeah, you know, and a lot of the money we get from the government is limited funding. There's never enough. I see the housing on a reserve. But I'm hoping things can change. We got things in the future coming down the line. And sometimes us as people, we're afraid of change. I'm afraid of change sometimes. But yet, for whatever reason, on Sunday, Monday morning, we could be waking up with a whole new leadership. And those leaders are going to need our support. We have to stand there and support our new leaders, whoever it is. But I'm hoping I'm going to be standing there Monday morning. Because I still got a lot to offer to the people in this reserve. I believe in buying land. You know, one of the reasons I always believe in land is because I read about Poundmaker. I don't want to say Poundmaker is my idol, but I believe he is one of the wisest chiefs that ever lived amongst the First Nations people. Because when he was signing the treaty, he took the white man's money and he put that money in a fire. He said, your money won't last too long. And he picks up his land and he puts it in the fire. My land will be there forever for my people. And let me tell you something, land is a valuable asset. You can never put no value on land. Because there's so many things that we can get off the land. And for hundreds of years, our people lived off the land. But today now we've got welfare, we've got all these things that, and the system that we live under is, I don't like to call it, but this is the system we live under. This is the way we choose to pick our leadership. And let me say this very loud and clear. Sunday will be a big day here on this First Nation. And I hope and I pray, because all the years that I've run in leadership, I've always put it in the Creator's hands. You'll decide in the end who's going to be best for our people. And I agree with committees. Where's Myrna? I agree with committees. Committees are good things, but sometimes committees got to understand their rules on too. It's a recommending body. In the end, that's why we're going to put people in an office to make decisions on our behalf. That's the power we're giving them. And what else can I say? I'm hoping that people will put me back in the office. Because one thing I can honestly say, that I try to be fair to everybody. I try and treat people right. And I've always been there for our people. And I believe in myself and I believe in the things that I've done. I believe I've always done good work for this band. And I represent this band well. And I ain't afraid to represent our band anywhere on the face of this earth. Yeah, you know, you make bad decisions, you make mistakes, but that's a part of life. Whether you're in that office or you're walking on the face of the earth, walking your own trail. Because there's nothing in this world that's perfect, and nobody's perfect, and we can never ever try to be perfect, but we can do the best we can. That's why I love being a leader. I don't need papers, I don't need nothing. You know why? It comes from my heart. And I love being a leader. You wait.
Any questions?
Go ahead.
I just want to say, you said that we choose the system that we're in, and yet the whole time that I've been up here speaking with the members, that's all that I've heard is that the leader will manifest a matter. So as a leader, we should be able to take direction from membership. Daryl, we don't have to live like this with the system where we can make change.
No, well, see, okay, we were so close to having our own election act. And what happened was, we sent our election act to Indian Affairs. And all of a sudden, Indian Affairs sent us back. Well, you can't have this in here. You can't have that in there. And I think that just threw everybody off the dictatorship against Indian Affairs telling us how we should elect our leaders. And then we also had a Financial Management Act that would control leadership on how we pay ourselves. Like everything was, what we were trying to do was give the power back to the people, where the people would be involved with the deciding of what could take place on this First Nation. And I believe in changing the Election Act, Shannon. There's no question in my mind about it. We have to do that. But the thing is to have something that's really going to take the bull by the horn and work on changing that Election Act is what we need. And I support it 100%. All the way. No question in my mind about it. And see this, see, may have always wanted to change the election date. Remember how we used to have our election December the 18th? And, you know, we'd be giving out Christmas bonus, we'd be running around at the last minute. And I'm glad where it is right now. Like, it's nice to go out there and see the people, visit the people, and campaign to the people instead of freezing around, you know. But I believe in changing his channel. No question in my mind about that. And I'll support whoever takes that election act and changes it. I'll be with them all the way 100%. I guarantee it. No question in my mind, Shannon. Wait, Dave.
You're saying that you're for the people and that you care about the people and so on and so forth. I've heard that from the whole free line.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Take a look at this gentleman. As soon as you guys got in 2018, this guy had an opportunity to represent himself as an individual and for Key First Nation, and then he gets shut down by Joanne. Where were you? Where was Clarence? Where was Clinton, Chris Carew, Gilda? Where were you guys when this guy got shut down? He's a member of Key First Nation. And then you stand there and preach about you being there for the members of the community? You take that's a good example right there of a bad member who's very highly educated, who just got shut down of a very solid opportunity because he was too young. Where were you guys? You guys didn't stick up for Jay.
Yeah.
You call that leadership?
Okay, I agree.
That's it.
Good?
You didn't answer it. You didn't answer it.
I agree.
I like an answer.
Good?
No, I like an answer. Where were you guys? Can you give an answer to the question that I asked?
Where was I?
Where were you?
I was at the band office. Why?
And you didn't stick up for your own band member. Why?
I don't have an answer for that. I can't answer that. Good.
Okay, so, what is it? Oh, these are the questions? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break, smoke break, before it starts heating up here, we're gonna rowdy. Go clear your pipes, go. So these are the two. So this one was for Richard Crane. How do you feel about running with people who've been involved with crime and in jail? Richard Crane, where is he? Okay, next question. Ferdy. Oh, he's there? No comment? Ferdy? Where is he?
Ricky's right there.
Those mosquitoes are bad. Anybody have any off? Okay. Okay, so next one, Fernie. Even if the same people get in, how can the membership change the election act? Would a referendum work, or what can you do to get rid of these mail-out ballots and buying ballots? Oh, sorry. Fernie, mommy's on.
Can I say something? Yes. Okay, hi, I have a question for everybody. We're all adults here, you know, and then I went outside, well, with all the smokers here, but I took a picture. What was written on Jay's car? Somebody wrote on his car. Like, and we're all adults here. Like, there's no little children here to be writing on things. Like, how disrespectful is that? Like, just because you don't want to vote for him, well, don't write on his car. Like, I have the writing right here.
What does it say?
It says Chief Big Nuts. You think that's funny? Laugh all you want. But it's not funny. You know, and I took a picture of it. No. I'm sorry to say, but some of you may not like my nephew Jay or my family. But you don't have to do that to him just because he's a candidate running for chief. You know, if you don't want to vote for him, don't vote for him. But don't write on his car. Thank you.
There's a question somebody online wanted. It says, even if the same people get in for election, how could the membership change the election act? Would a referendum work, or what can we do to get rid of the mail-out ballot systems for the election act?
Yeah, well, you'd start a committee and you'd have to present it to chief and council, but you'd have to get together and put your points in place, like what do you want, how long does the term, probably 4 years, and you can get to like your whatever you want in there, your drug test, your basically like the criteria that you need is actually it's like the committee working together. Like, you know, it's a big step, but I'd be willing to work with you on an election act. Like, I'm not sure of everything, but I have a sister that's an electoral officer, and I get a lot of points from her. And I also got a brother-in-law that's an electoral officer. And I got a niece that's an electoral officer, so I'd have a lot of input from them, and that's where I get all my information daily. So basically, I work with you as a committee to do it.
So with that too, and even with the question that I was asked to ask, I was kind of disappointed with that because I don't believe that we should even be considering people that have been in jail or that have been a drug addict that are going through all these things. We got to think better, you guys. We got to do better. You know, like nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. You know, we got to start trying to help one another, lift each other up now, you know, because what's going to happen is that our children are watching this. And they're going to end up, you know, they're going to follow in their footsteps. They're going to be hating one another. You know, we got to do better. You know, that's what I'm going to say. Okay, so I'm going to start with the chief. So we'll call up you. Clarence Papakosh, Matiza. What's he doing? Or Jay, you want to go first? Where's he? Yeah, go. Okay, Jay-Cee. Yeah, so just.
Oh. My people! What an honor and a blessing to be up here in front of you guys in a candidate position running for chief. You know, some might say they might be running to get these people out or these people out. I'm not running to get any people out. I'm running because I feel called to lead. I feel called to lead my people into a place of prosperity, a place where we can come together in peace. I've had a vision of our people celebrating in hope. Now I see a lot of our young people here to support, and they're just excited for the chief's speeches, and it's the showdown of keys right now. And that's not to say whatever happens on Sunday, whether I'm elected in or not, that the candidates that are before you, they have value. And our people have value, and they showed value. So I hope that everybody's watching and the value that our own people are bringing to the table, because whoever's not elected, they still have something to bring to the table. And so that's it. That being said, for the older, like the generation, don't feel like this is it. It's not the end. It's not the end. There's still work to be done, and there's still things that you can do to empower our young people and to speak to our young people with.
Whoa.
Thank you. So one of the most important things in life, I know we can talk about money and the land claims and the things that we can bring in to people and into our own land, but the reality is we put all the money and bring in all the land claims for our people and our band, but that still won't take us out of poverty or being poor. I feel like the reality is we have to work on our relationships with one another. We have to work past our differences. And I take no offense to the writing on the car, by the way. You're forgiven. You know, it's okay. You know, it's probably meant as a joke. And so just move past these things and see past these things. I know, thank you for bringing it to my attention. I wasn't aware. But it's okay to see these things. We got to move past these things. And by electing me as potential future chief of our nation, I'll bring us together. I'll bring us all together. It's not about being divided on this side and that side. There's still purpose for you. No matter what happens, it's time to get on the right side of history. You know, it's already happening right now as I'm speaking. We're alive in this band hall, open to the rest of our band members that aren't able to be here today. And I'm not being paid to do this for our community. This is something that I have the tools to do and able to do to keep us transparent and our communication at an all-time high. And Ashley, you're right. I was in a position at the office. I was in a position at the office as a community navigator where Jerry sits right now. And yes, unfortunately, I did bring it to the attention of the council, and there was no support there. But I understand that this Indian agent, she was a dictator in that office. And you know, what our people went through at that time, was a very hard, troubling time. And I don't blame our leaders. I feel like, you know, maybe they needed a little bit more knowledge, because our own leaders have been through trauma themselves. And they might have not had the leadership in their life to help them to understand what they needed to do in that position and at that time. So I got to see past that as a leader, and I have to understand, you know, where they're coming from as well. So that's okay, and I forgive them for not knowing. Because I understand and learn from my leaders and watch their mistakes and watch their success. But in order for us to have success, we need a successor. We need a successor to help us move forward in life and help us get past these troubling and hard times. Sorry, I have to go back here. But what we need is character, experience, and education. And I know I'm only 30 years of age, but I have a lot of this for being 30 years of age. Being a community navigator in our community, I've had compiled a plan for our people that was all of our voices. I was working diligently to get these surveys out and doing a lot of door prizes. Unfortunately, finding out in the last forum that plan was actually thrown out once the last leadership got it. That's okay, that's just because they didn't understand the value in that plan. They just didn't understand it. So I'm forgiving you on behalf of our community. And then from there, moving past the community planner, I got accepted into the mentorship program where I was told I lacked experience, I was too young. But that being said, I felt like God brought me into that position to speak to the nations, to help them lead and navigate in the communication level of communicating to the grassroots people and capturing their voice on economics, governance, education, and health. And all voices matter. And along this journey of this campaign trail, or whatever you may say, I've been taking note of all of the voices and the ideas that have been shared. And I'm rebuilding our community plan again, basically, from ground up again. But that's okay. We're starting from somewhere. We have to start from somewhere. I can say I do have a vision. I've had dreams of a youth center, Recplex, a brand new hall, top tier Wi-Fi. You know what I'm saying? These are things I've seen, but the community also has a vision. And integrity. Why should you vote with integrity? And integrity is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principle and uprightness. And during this campaign and this trail, a lot of things have been brought to light. You know, having these live forums have brought a lot of things to light. And it's giving our people a voice again. It's giving our people ability to share their thoughts and ask questions while being at home. And having their thoughts heard and their questions heard. I was faced, just because I'm 30 and I'm young, I was faced with I was put in a position, and this is unfortunate, I was put in a position where I was asked to step down. I was put in a position where this person approached me and asked me to step down and to support and try to convince all my young followers to vote for them. I said, no matter what I do, I can't convince my young people to vote for you because they don't know you. The reality is I've been there with my young people. I've grown up with them. I've mentored them. I've coached them. I've cried with them. I was there with them, and I still am there with them. And it's unfortunate that others have to see and question me and then tell me that I have to step down just because I'm young. Just because you're young doesn't mean you can't chase your dreams. Just because you're young doesn't mean you can't chase your dreams of being a good, honorable chief for your nation. Just because you're young doesn't mean you have to step down just because they asked you to. Just because you're young doesn't mean that you have to follow what somebody else's plan is for you. Well, let me tell you what, God's got a plan for you. And you follow your heart no matter what. You have a calling in your life and you have to follow that. This campaign, I felt like, has drawn a different level of leadership out of me that I didn't know that was in me. I feel like going around hearing our nation's heartbeat has helped me to see that we need better communication in our nation. We need clearer cut communication in our nation. Going forward, I know I'm young, but I'm surrounded by experience. I am surrounded by experience. Growing up in my household and my aunties and my uncles, they always told me, you have 2 years. God gave you 2 years in one mouth. That means for you to listen first and speak after, right? Be slow to speak, quick to listen. I feel you young people, take heed, listen to your elders, but also at the same time develop your vision and your voice, and then share your voice and your thoughts. When a flower is planted in the sunlight, water and good soil to grow. Such is the same as our young people and our leaders. Neglect and darkness can overshadow our land and our people. So in reality, every day in life, you have to be a light for your people. You have to you have to get up and choose. You have to choose life. You have to choose and make the decision that you're going to live a good life, live a life of leadership. And I'm trying to understand being young. I'm trying to understand this role of being a leader and of being in leadership and what it entails. But from what I understand is it's being in the community. It's not causing division, but it's unifying our people all together through every last name and every mindset and every voice. And my vision is clear. A healthy community in spirit, mind, and body. A functioning office that helps our community prosper. A council that is unified and operates for the community and not themselves. I've had a dream of youth center, new hall, public transportation, a community app, and more jobs created. This is what I may see, but what in the end, I am driven by what my community desires to be fulfilled. So again, I say it's time to get on the right side of history. It's time to get on the right side of history, and I understand a young man called me, and this is where I understand influence and impact. A young man called me, he said, Jay, this guy tried to buy my vote. Jay, he transferred me money. Jay, I told him I'm voting for you no matter what. I don't feel comfortable accepting this money. But what the devil meant for evil, God can still use for good. I said, use it. Your heart lies. You confessed your heart and your vision, and you know where you want to go. So if they're going to give you your money, put your X in the right place and vote for Chief Brass 2022. So no matter what, we will all work together through our sicknesses, our hurts, and our pains, whether you're in the past leadership or not. There's still hope for our community to come together and overcome all of our hurts and our pains. And there's a lot of us knowledgeable out here, a lot of great mentors out here. And we will work together and come together and share our voices so that all can be heard. Thank you so much, and I'm open for questions.
People on the outside looking in, and the ones in the audience here, that you do not drink, you do not do drugs, you do not, how you are, like your lifestyle.
I live a lifestyle. She's asking me what the type of lifestyle I live. The type of lifestyle I live is my community will see me running every now and then to catch up to the bus. I ride the bus with the kids to the school. I enjoy running to clear my mind. I don't drink, I don't do drugs. That's just a personal choice. And that's just a personal choice because I know the life I want to live and the life I feel called, because I feel called to do something, and that's why I've made those choices. At the same time, I don't condemn anybody who drinks, but also too much of one thing is a bad thing. So if you do, be considerate of how much you're drinking, okay? And at the time, all right? So don't get Chimay now, okay?
I guess my question is, how would you do that as an elected chief? First of all, we've been having workshops here a long, long time, and not only this past 16 months that I've been here, but prior to that. And we get a handful of people all over. What would you do to get people involved? And,
draw your passion for unity that you're talking about?
Great question, Jerry. So he's asking how I would get everybody involved and on the same page, like for unity and whatnot. Because he's been saying they've been hosting a lot of workshops and whatnot. Well, I would say that by electing me, I've already shown that it's weird because it's weird because you know what influence is? It's like when somebody comes in, like it's like, I don't know how to explain this part, but I'll say this. Growing up in this area, right now at this very moment, we have a lot of people watching this election. And I feel like that's just the amount of influence, somebody can have. And I feel being in this position, by me setting up these things, I feel would draw a lot of influence to drive people to go to these things or to unify our people. So I feel whether I feel going forward, by just me choosing to do this, people would come to these things, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see all these young people here, they're here because I'm here, you know what I'm saying?
You have a question here? Yeah. So the question is, do you think we should have our own youth chief or our own youth council that can make decisions for the youth and be the voice for the youth?
Absolutely. Even when I was a navigator, we were in the works of starting something like that up, but it was a long process, but yes, definitely.
Okay, one more. What is your vision for urban members?
Oh, vision for urban members. So the goal for urban membership is to have a few more meetings regarding the PHL and stuff, and to decide what we want to do with the dollars there, and find out ways where we can help communicate, continue to improve our communication with urban members, and to capture their voice on what they would want to do, would want us to do for them. So the reality is to improve the communication for urban members, so to have a better vision for us to do for them, if that makes sense. Yes.
I just had for the gentleman that was, I guess, threatening one of our members earlier.
Yeah.
What would your ideas on how to deal with that be as a chief? He threatened to kill him. Dusty, that farmer, whoever's there, because he went on his land with the buffalo.
Well, yeah, so hearing that, I heard that too, Dusty, I heard that too, that you're being chased, so I would have to assess the whole situation, kind of obviously talk to you. I didn't even talk to you about that yet, but I feel like I as the chief would probably have to go and speak to these farmers and address these situations that we're having and come to an agreement as to why he's acting the way he's acting. And then if it can't be settled there, we'll probably take it to RCMP or whatever, so.
Okay. Good job, good job.
There is an organization in CAPSAT that actually tries to bring the community together. They've had great difficulty doing that. And I think just what you said, is take community members or sit down, because I've always said that.
Yeah.
You want the community together, right?
And I'm a trained mediator, so I could come in and help.
There you go.
And I'm a good singer, so I can tell you.
Yeah, I'd say I agree too. Just bring them together and see what we can do to set aside our differences and figure out the solution.
Like, I just want to say, like, throughout my life, I've faced racism because I've lived off the reserve quite a bit, and one of the things in facing racism, you got to attack it right off.
Yeah.
You do. You have to meet it at its head. And gathering them together, and we're going to face more harsh times here because of our Kelly vehicle and our 1909 land surrender, because that land surrender, I believe, it's going to let the farmers know that we have more land that they stole from us, and those farmers are not going to like it. So we're going to have to find a way to communicate with them and let them know, because we got to face this racism right on. And when we met with the elders of Kansak and William Keys was there, and we met the church that time, we told the church, you have opportunities in your, when they get up and minister, I said, you have opportunities to tell everybody that we are tired of racism. We are tired of racism. We want a chance for our children, our families, we don't want to always constantly face racism, as soon as we walk into the store, So there is a solution to that, and we gotta keep pounding it into them. You have another question. And you're not alone,
Yeah.
Real quick interject what Elmer said. This guy that is threatening people here, when I used to live on the river, my little house there, I was walking over this way. I was all gillied up and I had my weapon on me, my rifle. I was going to go walking and hunting and scouting on the west side behind Rossville. And that guy came up. I was walking down the main road. I was halfway between my turnoff and the third here at the reserve. And I heard the vehicle coming, so I walked off to the side and he slowed down. He rolled his window down and he said to me, "Hello, how are you doing?" I'm doing all right. What's up? He said, you need a lift, And I was kind of surprised. There was weight going on the reserve, and here I am looking like a domestic terrorist here. And he gave me a ride, and we started talking. I asked him who he was, and he lives just over here. It's Butterfield. Marty just went to Wally Butterfield, that's his son, but he gave me the ride, and he was looking for his dogs, and as a matter of fact, I seen his dogs. I told him, when you get to drop you off up here, go to the Four Corners and go left, and I saw your dogs, and he ended up finding his dogs. I seen him later, but I don't know what changed in the guy or what caused him to, have that attitude change where he's so severe like that. Like, I mean, to come onto the reserve, pick up an armed native and give a ride, and now to go from that to threaten. I think he threatened you before that.
Well, is he on drugs or?
Well, we don't know. That's why I said I'm not trying to be easier. I can find out, get to the underlying issues.
Well, the reason I bring it up is only because we have buffalo now, and this buffalo have gotten out a couple times, and we had to. Well, not me, but people went out chasing them all by camp sack and that, and that's going to be a big issue, right?
Yeah, I mean, like the buffalo going onto other farmers' land and stuff. Yeah. And these are valuable concerns. I'm saying these are things that should be heard and voiced, and I appreciate you sharing them with me. And as elected leader, I would love to serve and help and address these situations.
Just one more question on the live is, how are we going to change the racism in our urban schools our children are facing as we are losing our children to suicide?
Because I work in the Northway School. This past November, I've been doing contract work with the Manitoba Mentorship Program. But then at the same time, Northway School called me to see if I wanted to work for them. And it said it's part-time as an EA. And so I accepted it. I applied for this position, got in. So I got to work with our Northway kids and also our kids from our reserve in Northway. And I feel like to address the racism is to teach our youth at a young age, to show them that we can get along at a young age and to understand one another and our differences. And that's what we've been doing and working on this whole time. And to address the suicidal part of our youth that are struggling is every day, when I got there, they have a gym. And I was like, I like to work out, so I was working out at the gym at lunch hour every day. And there was a group of grade 8s, and they were they come by and they see what I was doing. They come see what I was doing. It's working out. They weren't into sports, but you know what they were interested in? They were interested in weightlifting. And these group of boys, they're kind of the rowdy ones in the school. They're kind of rowdy. And every day I'd be there, and sure enough, they started being there every day at lunch hour, working out. And all of a sudden, one day, I'm getting there, and they're already there. They're cleaning up the gym. The next day I get there, all of a sudden they moved everything, organized everything, all the weights, everything. I feel like in our youth to build, to address and to aid our youth in not feeling suicidal is to build consistency in our youth and to be there for our youth and not to be away from our youth. And in the process of doing this over this year, I've seen this group of boys just come together and always ask me, Jay, when are we gonna work out? Jay, come to gym class, we're gonna work out. They'd ask me to work out with them in gym classes because they didn't want to play volleyball or whatever. And then I was away for 2 months. I was away for 2.5 months from my boys. I call them my boys. And just the other day, I was with my auntie Shanna. I lost one of my boys. I lost one of my boys to suicide. I was away for 2 months. I wasn't there for them working out at lunch. I lost him to suicide. I was just at his wake yesterday, supporting his family. And regardless of how hard it was for me to be there, I was so happy to see my boys still together, supporting the family. And they're Munya boys. And Kizukus, we lost a Kizukus member. But that's the reality. We need relationships. No matter, money can't fix that. No matter what land claim we're chasing, money can't fix that. We need relationships with our people, for our young people. You have to be there every day. It's not just a 9 to 5 and go home and that's it. You need to be there for their after-school programs. You need to be there for their track and their basketball. And it's sad. I lost one of my boys the other day. I call them my boys and they call me uncle. And I'm just the guy from the res, but even these Munia boys call me uncle. But that's because of the relationship. And I know that might not be the clear-cut answer, but it's part of an answer. And we have to build those relationships. And keep praying for our people, getting our elders to pray for our people. I believe in prayer, and I believe that's powerful. And so I believe that continue to pray and continue to show up. The key is to show up and build relationships. But yeah, sorry, that's a kind of a long answer.
That's okay.
We went Jay-Cee. Brenna?
One of the things that I was asked to do in 2010 when he was the new chief on the scene, he had asked me to do an overview of the Covey lands. And that never happened. And that's one of the reasons I believe that there's such a significant stumbling block. Like, you understand the trust agreement process. And even today, I was really disappointed. Like, I was home, but I wasn't able to make the meetings that I work today. But even the presentation is very dishonorable. We have elders that's our bank statement from the trust agreement company. It should be written in large font for everybody to read, and we should be clear on where we're at. It's missing the audit. The audit from last year should be attached to that. And not only that, in the trust agreement, every time there is money taken from the trust agreement, at the end of the year end, the chief and council have to sign a BCR that states that every bit of money requested from the agreement has been spent according to what it's been given to the community for. That is missing from there. And I would like to ask you if you would commit to doing an overview of the trust agreement. We can't just, come on, we're 12 years into this. The only proposals that come to the floor are what they deem presentable to the floor. And I hear other people saying that they put proposals
I think there should be a committee that assesses these proposals. And I'm not saying the council are doing a bad job. All I'm saying is you need to develop and work with the community, work with the resource people. There's no reason why we shouldn't have a cross-cultural education worker in our band office dealing with school kids, racism in the education system, I feel like I spoke to Daryl yesterday. I said, we cannot get used to dropping the ball. And that's where I feel we're at. I don't want to center you out, Gilda. We're having education crisis. You did not get up there and speak to how you are president right now. That's really key. That's the reason I got involved with my committee 12 years ago, was because I brought a register from my university in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and nobody was paying us. We had a committee in place that it was just transition. I think Glenn was brand new that time. And how they addressed it, they took me in a bathroom and said, you want to be on the committee? Well, they couldn't love me. You know what? That's where I started. And you know what? One plus one equals two. We all know that. And I just want to support leaders. I want to support leaders with a vision for everyone and inclusion. And I really like what Michael's saying. I like your narrative in between the speakers. When you talk about, you build up vision, you build up relations, you build up respect. My sister, over the last couple of weeks, we've been listening, and she doesn't say too much. She's kind of a quiet person. And I asked her, what do you think is missing from all listening to the candidates? And she said, respect. There's a lack of respect from the ground up for each other, and that is not a joke. What anybody wrote on your card. That's just disrespectful. Just period. And I'm not trying to take over anything. I'm trying to pick each other up. And 20 years ago, yes, I could have been a critic, but yet wisdom involves I get wisdom on my own. I get it from other people who give me the time. We work together. And an education counselor at Marvin Canal laughed at me. We're making fun of me, saying that, where would you be? What should you do with an arts degree? Well, excuse me, I just got a raise for I make $105,000. I just got a raise. Right. I'm saying that because it's the people who believe in you and work with you. I don't do that. I'm willing to work with the council. I'm willing to work with anybody. I'm 6 years out from my retirement. My sister just retired. Here's a person with 30 years in Health Canada, First Nation Authority, Health Authority in British Columbia. And we talk about resource people and how we can help each other. It's just really important that we keep that in sight. I don't have anything against anybody, but there's a way of doing things right. And that's where we are dropping the ball. Things are not being done right. We're failing students. We're failing resources. There's no resources. I just spoke to a young mother outside who lost her kids, who got dropped between the cracks because there was no support in terms of child and family support, counseling, and just simple things from getting from appointment to appointment for children. These things they're fixable. They're doable, and council, you are getting paid to do this, and that's really important. So I just want to hear you. Do you have a commitment to ensure that the Kelly Haylands Trust Agreement and that people are going to work, the community are going to be involved in the trust agreement? It's not just going to be something done in the back room and then we vote on something we didn't even create. So that's why I'm asking for some commitment to that.
Yes, you have my commitment. You have my commitment that I will go forth and do this, but also that I'll be transparent. It'll be online.
Be great to bring for that. I was talking to Berta about that today, about our Palihelas, I said, you know what? I said, regardless of whoever gets in, I said, we better get to work. It's the people that are gonna have to do the selection act. It's not gonna be chief and council. So for each city, you have family members out there, get them involved, start talking about it. Ways that we can draft it up. There's one sitting there, let's take a look at it. You know, we don't need chief and council to do this. And we keep blaming them. Well, we gotta do it now. We gotta step up now and stop blaming them and get our asses in gear. That's what I said. So, another thing I was gonna say about this racism and that, you know, the way we're treating our own people, I said, these young people, they're being treated like crap out there, but they're being racist to them. They come to the reserve. Their own people are doing that to them. Their own people are pushing them down. How the hell are they gonna survive? We gotta do better. Okay, so next one is Claire from the Project Shokima Kanwa Pizan. Told me. Okay, so a lot of people ask me that. A lot of my family members all over the world, and I thought I'd take my singing career off to, you know, a good start. No, one of the reasons why is because I'm starting school in the fall to get my teaching degree, so I can teach Soto. And then once I achieve that, I'm going to go for my master's, and then I will run for chief. But yeah, that's, you know, because every road that, for myself, with my life, there's always been that block because of education. You need your education. I'm always telling my nieces and nephews, go get your education. You're always going to be blocked if you don't have your education. It's the way the system works, and I'm always encouraging them. So I just took my own advice, and I'm going to go to school. That's why. Come on.
Wow. I feel like running away. Hey, good evening, everybody. Oh, man. You know, I was gonna hang the guns up here, this festival around here. When I was asked to run by a couple of elders and a couple of other people. And they shared the reasons why. I said, all right, I'll get rid of the shot, sure. Speak up, I can't hear you back here. And I can't, I didn't want to say no to them. One of the main reasons, I guess, is the money that's coming down the pipe. People, we got to look at it this way. We're getting money here shortly. And we need to think of the future. And we need to think of our children, our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, what we're going to leave for them. You have some guy in here that's a loose cannon that's going to spend wildly, then we're not going to have nothing. Think about that. I thought about that hard. I sure not don't want anybody's getting wild over here, you know. Every time I get in, I'm fighting an uphill battle. I was in a down hole. I create this mess, you know. I'm deciding to fix it. And it's fixed good now. You know, I first got it for cheap in 08. We got 21.8 million. Until just right now, we still have 19.5 million in the bank. I didn't spend wildly. We got a bunch of land claims coming down the pipe. Probably about 5 of them. One is close. A few more things that I want to get done. Because they want to get all those trust agreements done. Election Act. Election Act is a big one. You know, I don't like the way we elect our people here. It's set up for corruption, it's set up for failure. You know? You try to get a hold of this guy that we hired, can't get a hold of him. You know? So I don't know what's going to happen if, you know, there's a lot of grounds for an appeal. But I'll cross that bridge when it comes. A few other acts that we need to do. And this is where we got to work together doing all this stuff. I'm sure that you're going to be doing it alone. We have to work together, people. I'm hearing this. We got to work together. And when it's time to work, I want to see this hall full like it is tonight. When we have workshops, I want to see this hall full. You know, I've been screaming for workshops for the last, I don't know how long. I never got a workshop, especially grieving now. You know, we lost a lot of people, lost a lot of things here. And we don't sit around and talk about how we feel and how we know. To me, that's very important. Maybe that's why the way we are today, maybe that's why we're fighting one another. You know, we need to look at these things and look at them real closely. You know? Money ain't gonna buy us happiness. But talk, crying love. And I got a fairly good team. And so I pray and hope that we go places with my team. Not like the last team, a couple of wheels fell off. That's why I always talk about wellness. It's very important to me to clean my own ship before I talk. As I was told one time, told many times, never try to take people where you've never been. I don't tell people what to do if you never did it yourself. I was told. And I truly believe that. So we need to work together, people. We go as one, we'll go places. But if there's only going to be a few of us, it's going to take longer to get there. Plain and simple. I got a simple plan. You know, it's the way you work it to make it easier. And we're going to sit around and bitch and whine and complain, we're never going to get there. You know? I really don't have too much to say. I'm going to work hard getting these things together. You know, I know I'm always on that Facebook. I never go on Facebook. I never will. It's a good tool to have, but it's not so good when people are cutting up one another on there. That's not the way to be. Me, I'm not that way. I'm not built that way. So all I'll ask is, let's work together and let's get it done. Very simple.
are your plans about dealing with the drug problem? Not only here, but in the community camps that the work with. So we need to come up with something.
You know, there's been an ongoing problem. I think it's going to be an ongoing problem. I have workers for that. You were working in that field. I have faith in my workers. Hopefully that'll slow it down. Teach them why do we do it? Why do we drink and drugs? There's always an answer for that. That's why people drink and do drugs. Because I've been here. We clean it up good. And then there's no more problem.
Have you ever looked yourself in the mirror and actually asked yourself, am I the whole reason why there's so much pain in this community and why there's so much death in this community? Because at the end of the day, you're not being honest with yourself. Because I know, you're a big seller, I'm not going to be around the bush.
I look at myself every day, man.
Are you going to want to solve this drug problem?
No, it's not. You know, I went to jail for selling talent on the streets. I'll probably die with that. People are gonna use that on me. You know? I get blamed for just about everything that happened in this community.
I'm not blaming, I'm just questioning, that's all.
No, I'm not.
I got a question. When, like, we got a big sign on the door at the band office. It says 0 tolerance for any kind of abuse. When are we gonna start enforcing that? The people that come in there and threaten staff, bully staff, try to intimidate staff, what are we gonna do about that?
That's an ongoing problem. But, you know, we did just what everything I got to think of, you call the police. Sometimes the police don't even come out.
I think all staff should feel safe at work.
For sure.
I know there's a lot of staff that don't feel safe. Some people that come in and threaten and intimidate and bully their way around the office.
Well, let one go like that just think, and you all know who it is.
And for me, when I was asked that question, I answered it honestly. I didn't say I had the problem to solve it. I answered and I told them, I was told that I was a drug addict and a drunk. But I changed my life around, and I didn't go there. And I answered it. I told them, I said, you can get rid of the drug dealer, but the drug addicts are still going to be here. And guarantee you, they're going to run elsewhere to find drugs. No matter where you are, if you're a drug addict, you look because I was there and I know. And I thank God that I quit and I'm over today. So I would have been
And when she first asked this of us, I thought to myself, this was just in my own ignorance, in my own mind, being raised by her and son, and everybody knows they were hard makers. There were a lot of people around here were. I've seen people melting rappers as a kid. I saw Harry Reagan name it, and when she first asked her that, I said, well, why that's you, you're and she said, I'll tell you that the reason. Something missing
old society you're trying to build. And that's really what it is. I found it out from my own experience of being a drug addict and alcoholic. My grandmother used to say that you can get sent to treatment 1,000 times. Your courts can order it, your family can be committed, you know, whatever the time is, wherever it is. He's texting me. Take it upon yourself.
I was texting me, threatening me. Kelly. We let him picture of his face.
Not one individual can be blamed for the problem, and not one individual can solve it, but yourself.
I have a question about culture. You know, we're talking about substance use and things like that. I guess where you and I guess where we're coming from. But at the same time, when someone is caught up in using substance, like when you talk about your workers, and I know you're big on culture, and you know our way of life that isn't. I find it so cut off that I don't like when Mushroom Campbell used to run the culture camp, man, that place was everything, everybody was there. And now when I go there, I don't even feel like I can go there anymore because it's become a family thing. It's not open to the community anymore. I don't know if it's just me, but you're talking about wanting to help people that come off substance. Maybe we should be a little bit more inclusive when it comes to, our culture and our ceremonies and things like that, so that we can help our people who are using, heal.
The camp is wide open, people. I've been having it a long time. That's what my dream is, fill that ground up down there. Yeah, George.
I just wanted to say thank you as a leader, our current chief, the other leaders who are here, the some leaders who aren't present, some candidates who aren't present. I know it's not easy sitting up there leading a camp. This time of year, people like to ask the sensitive questions and sometimes complain about the current leadership. I think most people here do have a roof over their head, food in their belly and such. So I just want to say thank you for that. I'm campaigning with you, and I've learned a lot from you. A lot of respect for you as my elder, and the experience you have in politics. No candidate's perfect, obviously, but I just want to say thank you and the current leaders for what you guys have done. I've noticed some of the work that you guys have done.
I've been working at the culture camp, been involved in the culture camp for the last 15 years. And at no time, we were taught down at the culture camp or any culture, we're colorblind. We accept those people that come there. At no time have I ever seen anybody be turned away because of their last name or their family. Everybody's welcome there. Everybody comes there and is respected for whatever they say or have to say. And the other thing about it, it's always free. It's proposal driven every year, and I would hope people would come and get curious. Last year we had a lot of people that came and were curious about the culture camp, and I appreciate that. You're all welcome. You're always welcome.
Well, one comment. During this election, Jerry, my friend, you've been on the road. You've been on the road, and yet you hold a position in office. This question what I've heard is in office. Why is it that you're on the road and yet you're still getting paid hourly when you're supposed to be in the office, but yet you're on the road? I don't know what position you do, but why is it that you're on the road during this campaign when you're supposed to be in office doing what you're supposed to be doing?
I'm doing my job. I'm campaigning and listening to the people's concerns.
So you're telling me you're getting
at the end of the day,
you're getting paid hourly to be on the road?
Yes.
Is that
that's right. Listening to the campaign.
Jerry, your job should be in the office easing this transition during this time, not out there creating more chaos. Like, Des has to be neutral, like everybody else is working there, and I, at Jay-Cee, when I work there, can't have a voice when it comes to politics. That's how it should be.
Community navigator is involved in that.
No.
Well, if that was the case, this gentleman would have, if that was the case, this gentleman would have been involved in everything then. I said, if that was the case, this gentleman would have been involved in everything. But he wasn't invited to you guys to talk to him when he was meeting.
You like to come and see my work? You're welcome for that.
Some day come to the camp, but he was told he was an, we worship devil. You came there, Jay-Cee. Tell what you came there, you experienced yourself.
Okay, well, I went there, and at the time we were doing beading. I made an awesome, beautiful video actually for the community, and I uploaded it. It's probably on my profile somewhere about the culture camp. But yes, I did take part in the culture camp. It was actually pretty beautiful at that time. I haven't been there since.
We worship devil. We worship very.
No, we have.
I will say this too. I will say this. It doesn't matter what your last name is. You guys are all welcome to the culture camp. Yes. But how can we all go to a culture camp when there's needles being placed in bags?
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Okay. Yeah.
Shut down.
That's enough for me. All right.
How many times did I get pissed off when you're not standing up from the fucking street? You're like me. How many times did I tell you, tell your fucking person what to do? Stand up.
Okay. It's just you.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're not here to argue over anything, we're here to give our speeches and let the community know what we're doing. I know a lot of times we all get frustrated and we want our voices to be heard, and this is it, people, we want the voices to be heard, but we're not here to fight and argue. Please, let's get along, we're all related here, like Mikey said.
You guys gotta understand, if that was my uncle too, somebody was attacking him, I'd probably be up there too yelling. So it just
go sit in the key band office and listen to this, you know? But I just wanted to voice my opinion. I just want you guys to think about this. And I want you guys, you know, no matter who it is, you know, you guys, my dad is running for chief, but I'm not telling you who to vote for. You have a mind of your own, you have a heart of your own. Vote for who you think is gonna make change. Thank you.
Sorry for getting mad there, but when I feel something I love being attacked, I get defensive, you know? But people want to talk about selling drugs. Some of you guys, people in here, I bought drugs off. I'm a junkie, I'm a drunk. I admit that. People will talk about being selling drugs. People that talk about selling drugs, I bought drugs off of them. And you know who I'm talking about. You know, like everybody talks about debating, about I try to get along with everybody. On the reserve, I go out and I shake my hand, I talk to everybody, try to be friendly with everybody. But because of my last name, I'm not accepted in some circles. And I try to go and shake hands with them. And you know who I'm talking about, right? You know? Like, for this election, I just want the best leaders to get in. Not what your money can buy or what you believe in, is who's going to lead us to be the right way. And don't get up and start cutting up people and start putting out negative things, right? Come from your heart and be real. That's all I ask. Oh yeah, you did this, you did that, you did that. But take a look at yourself. You know, you talk about, oh, I'm against selling drugs. Well, I bought drugs out of people that are talking against selling drugs. You know, that's what gets me upset. And sorry that I got mad. But when I feel somebody I love, you're being attacked, I get defensive. Yeah, me and Clarence have our problems. You guys all know that. But I still take him as my brother. So, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to finish up now. That's everyone that's gone through. We're missing a couple of candidates. For chief, there was Shannon Brass that couldn't make it, I guess, to that particular. As well as for council, we had Sidney Cashane, we had Nolan Cashane, we had Solomon Brass, we had Bob Brass, Kenny Brass, sorry, yeah. And anyone else that I've missed? Yeah, missed out. Oh, Glenda for chief as well, sorry. Yeah, so with that then, oh, Pursership, sorry, I forgot a lot, I'm sorry. So with that, we'll get a closing prayer. Can I get somebody to come and do it? Anybody? Okay, good. Good. We'll close out the meeting.
Good job, Mikey.
Stress me out.
Heavenly Father, we just come before your throne, grace and mercy and understanding, Father. We know that everything is under your control, under your authority. I just pray for everyone in this room, Father, our extended families and our families in our homes. I pray that you watch over us, Father. We know that we are struggling, Father. I know that you know our hearts, Father, and that we all have good hearts, Father. I just pray that as we go our separate ways, that you bless us with safe travel and good thoughts, and that you help us to forgive one another so that we continue to move forward, Father. And I see today, Father, that the investments that Key Band has made and our investors is that we are making progress. The land that has been given to us, it's so beautiful, Father, and we have it for a reason. And I just pray that you guide us in our steps, that our desires are fulfilled, and that everything we do, it is to bring glory to your name. I just pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
You're good.
Alrighty.
All right, guys, there you have it.
Is anybody missing a pair of keys?
That concludes
Hello,
our
I have a pair
open
of
forum.
keys. Did anybody use keys?
The Wi-Fi did cut
A
out,
pair of keys.
so I
You're sitting on the
apologize
side.
for that.
Anybody missing keys?
Next time, I'll bring maybe my Starlink. And good suggestion, Joe Man. Maybe for the PHL, I could do this for the PHL as well. I didn't know they had Wi-Fi here, but it's kind of slow, and like as you see, it just cut out on us, and so we had an interruption. So I apologize for that, but thank you everybody for joining in. Hope this is informative, and you guys had a good, a good time watching and asking questions. And I apologize for missing any questions because I was handling this gimbal. So there's this gimbal here, so I'm turning it. So if I miss a question, that's on me. So I take responsibility. But yes, sir. I'm just kind of.
Oh, you guys don't want me to start getting worse on this live right now.
But
I tell you, I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. Fun times though. Thank you, Jay-Cee.
Yes, sir.
For doing the live. Appreciate it. Good luck, brother.
Let's go. All right, Counselor George. Huge thanks. Love you guys. You guys have a good night, good sleep. June 12th, we will find out. So keep our community in prayers and hope for the best. And we'll see you guys.